I want to tell you about the worst weekend I ever spent in my life. It happened a few years ago in 2018 when I was 29. I had taken some time off work, looking to escape the city and clear my head. I found a small cabin to rent in northern Minnesota, near the border with Canada. I'd never been much for camping or the outdoors, but I figured a cabin would be safe enough. Just me, the woods, some quiet. What could go wrong? The cabin was out in the middle of nowhere, about a 2-hour drive from the closest town, and the road leading to it was little more than a rough gravel path. I remember driving there as the sun was starting to set, the sky fading from orange to dark blue. Trees lined the road on both sides, mostly pines and firs, thick and tall, so that soon I couldn't see much sky at all. The further I went, the quieter everything got. No cars passed me, no sounds of civilization, just my own car and the steady crunch of gravel under the tires. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked older than the pictures online showed, but still decent. It was a small, wooden one-story with a tin roof, paint peeling off in places. The porch sagged a little on the right side, and a few windows were cracked. It sat on a slight hill, surrounded by thick woods that looked dark even in the fading light. I parked my car and unloaded my bags, feeling a strange mix of excitement and unease. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and damp earth, a smell I wasn't used to. The floorboards creaked under my feet. There was a small kitchen with a stove, a sink, and a fridge that hummed faintly. A table with 2 chairs sat near the window. The living room had a worn couch and a tiny TV with just a few channels. A narrow hallway led to a bedroom and a bathroom. I dumped my bags and started to unpack. I'd brought enough food for the weekend, mostly canned goods, some bread, peanut butter, and a small cooler with bottled water and soda. I hadn't planned to do much, just read, walk the trails nearby, and relax. I told a couple friends about where I was going, but I wasn't planning to check in much. The cabin had no cell service or Wi-Fi, which I thought would be good. No distractions. That first night, I ate cold beans and crackers, then sat on the porch with a flashlight and a beer. The sky was clear, the stars bright, but the woods around the cabin felt alive. I kept hearing twigs snap, leaves rustle, but I told myself it was just animals. Deer, raccoons, birds settling in for the night. I had a baseball bat by the door just in case. I went inside early, locked the door, and lay on the couch to read a book I'd brought. Around midnight, I heard something outside the window, a heavy thud against the cabin's side. My heart jumped. I sat still, straining to listen. Then silence. I told myself it was a falling branch, maybe an animal knocking something over. I didn't want to let my imagination run wild. The next morning, I found scratch marks on the wooden wall just outside the window, long, jagged gouges. They looked deep. I couldn't tell if an animal had done it or something else. I didn't feel like going outside much, but I needed firewood and some fresh air. I went down a narrow trail behind the cabin. The woods were thick, the sun barely filtering through the canopy. The air smelled wet, mossy. I collected some dead branches and logs to bring back. On the way, I noticed broken twigs, footprints, at least one set that looked too big to be a deer's. The prints were deep in the soft earth, and the shape wasn't like a bear's paw either. I felt a chill, but the logical part of me said it might be a large dog or a wild animal I wasn't familiar with. When I got back, I stacked the wood near the porch and lit a fire in the rusty old stove inside. The cabin warmed slowly, the flickering flames casting shadows on the walls. I cooked canned chili and ate alone. Later, I sat by the window, watching the woods darken again. That afternoon, I explored a bit more. There was a small lake about half a mile from the cabin. The water was still, reflecting the gray sky. I sat on a rock, skipping stones, feeling a little better. But then I noticed something strange on the opposite shore, something standing still between the trees. It was too dark to make out details, but it looked like a person, tall and thin. I blinked, but it didn't move. I felt uneasy and hurried back to the cabin, not looking back. Back inside, I locked the doors again. I tried to call my friends on my phone, but no signal. The cabin was completely cut off. I wanted to stay calm, remind myself it could be a hunter or someone else in the woods. Nothing dangerous. That night, around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. They stopped at the front door and paused for a long time. I could hear breathing. My skin felt cold and clammy. I grabbed the baseball bat and sat frozen, listening as the steps moved away. The silence after that was worse than the noise. I didn't sleep much after. I kept hearing noises, branches snapping, faint shuffling, whispers of movement. I thought about leaving right then, but the gravel road was a long drive in the dark, and I didn't want to risk getting lost or stuck somewhere. The next day, I tried to explore again but stayed closer to the cabin. I found strange marks carved into the trees around the clearing, lines and symbols, like someone had been there recently. I didn't recognize them. I thought about calling the sheriff but still had no phone service. I considered walking down the road to the nearest town, but I worried about being alone in the woods if someone was nearby. That afternoon, I spotted a vehicle parked far down the gravel road. An old pickup truck with rusted doors and faded paint. No one was in sight. It didn't seem like it had been there long. I kept my distance and went back to the cabin, feeling more trapped than ever. As evening came, I noticed that some food was missing from my supplies. Not a lot, but enough to know someone had been inside or close by while I was out. I double-checked all the locks and barricaded the windows with the old wooden shutters nailed to the walls. I moved the couch in front of the front door for extra protection. That night was the worst. I heard voices outside, low, angry, rough. I didn't understand what was being said, but the tone was threatening. I pressed myself against the wall, clutching the bat, heart pounding like a drum. The voices circled the cabin, the sounds carrying on the cold night air. Suddenly, something crashed against the side of the building, hard enough to shake the walls. I screamed in my head but stayed silent, hoping they'd go away. More banging followed, pounding, heavy footsteps circling faster. Then a loud crack. I realized one of the windows had been smashed. Cold night air and the smell of broken glass filled the cabin. I grabbed a knife I kept in the kitchen, trying to stay calm. I knew I had to be ready if whoever was out there came inside. I thought of all the horror stories you hear about people lost in the woods, but this was real and I was terrified. The pounding stopped suddenly. Everything went quiet again, except for the occasional drip of water from the leaky roof. I stayed awake until dawn, watching the shattered window, waiting for the first light. When morning finally came, I didn't waste any time. I packed whatever I could carry and locked the cabin as best as I could. I kept my bat and knife close and started walking down the gravel road toward the town. It took me almost 2 hours to reach the first house, and I was shaking by the time I got there. I found a neighbor, a middle-aged man named Carl, who called the sheriff for me. The deputies came out with dogs and searched the woods, but they found no one. The truck I saw was gone, and there was no sign of recent visitors. I never went back to that cabin. I told the rental company about what happened, and they removed the listing from their site. They said they'd send someone to check on the place, but I never wanted to find out what was really going on. That weekend taught me how lonely and dangerous the woods can be, not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of people. The fear I felt wasn't from some fairy tale. It was real. The quiet cabin in the middle of nowhere was not a refuge. It was a trap. I've never been the same since. Every time I hear a twig snap or a branch break outside, I remember that weekend. I learned to trust my instincts, to be cautious, and never to take silence for safety. The woods hold their own kind of terror, one you can't explain, and sometimes it's closer than you think. That's my story. I survived, but barely, and I hope you never have to spend a night like that. I hadn't been back to the cabin since Mike died. It had been over a year, 14 months to be exact, and I kept telling myself I didn't need anything there. But after the estate paperwork finally cleared, and his sister mailed me the key with a short note saying I could take whatever was still mine, I decided to drive out there. Part of me needed to see it one more time, not just for closure, but because a few of my things were still scattered around from when I used to stay there before everything between us fell apart. It felt like I needed to draw a final line under it all. Mike and I bought that cabin together in 2012, 2 years before the divorce. It was up in the Catskills, not far from Margaretville, New York. It wasn't big or fancy, just a one-bedroom, wood-paneled structure tucked at the base of a slope, surrounded by pine trees. No neighbors for miles. It had a steep gravel driveway that froze over in winter, a rusted red metal roof, and a porch that looked out over a gully where deer sometimes passed through in the early mornings. Back then, we thought it'd be our weekend escape from the city. But like everything else, it became a place where we argued and stopped sleeping in the same bed. When the divorce was finalized in 2014, I left him the cabin. I figured he'd never sell it. He was one of those people who clung to physical places the way some cling to photographs. When he died in December 2017, heart failure, alone in a motel in Utica, I didn't cry. I hadn't spoken to him in years. I only found out a week later when his cousin sent me a Facebook message. I kept thinking about how quiet his life had become, how far he'd drifted from everyone, how the last time I saw him, he looked like someone who'd given up on fixing himself. Anyway, I drove up to the cabin on a Friday morning in early October 2019. I left my apartment in Beacon around 7:30 and reached the driveway just after 10. The sky was dull and gray, the kind of weather where the light seems to get trapped in the clouds. It had rained earlier in the week, so the ground was soft, and the gravel sunk beneath my boots as I stepped out of the car. I stood there for a moment, looking up at the structure, feeling the weirdness of being back. The porch had a few leaves scattered across it, but otherwise it looked the same. The windows were shut, and the shades were still drawn. The old wind chime I'd bought in a little antique shop in Phoenicia still hung by the door, though it barely moved in the still air. The screen door creaked just like I remembered when I pulled it open. I unlocked the front door with the key Sheila sent me and stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Musty, faintly moldy, like wet wood and old clothes. The kind of smell that sticks to your nose. It was cold inside, too. Colder than it was outside, and it made me wrap my coat tighter around myself. The living room was just as we left it years ago. Same furniture, same rug, even the dent in the cushion where Mike used to fall asleep watching TV. There was dust on everything. The coffee table had old magazines still stacked neatly, and a pair of Mike's sunglasses sat right in the center like he'd just stepped out to smoke. The couch was covered in a faded wool blanket I didn't recognize. I walked through each room slowly, trying to remember what was mine. In the bedroom, I found an old flannel shirt of mine still hanging in the closet, and a box under the bed that had a few paperback novels I'd brought up here back in 2013. I found a few kitchen items I remembered, ceramic mugs I'd gotten at a street fair, a small cutting board my dad had made years ago, a cast iron pan I loved and missed. I stacked them in a box I'd brought in from the car. By the time I'd finished walking the place, it was almost noon. I opened the windows to let some air in and took a bottle of water outside to sit on the porch. I didn't feel scared, not exactly, just unsettled. The kind of feeling you get when walking through a space that still holds shadows of someone who's gone. It wasn't grief, just a dull, quiet discomfort. I was about to start bringing the box back to the car when I noticed something weird. The back door, the one that led out to the slope behind the cabin, was unlocked. It was closed, but I could see the latch wasn't set. I hadn't touched it. I was sure of that. I walked over, turned the knob, and it swung open without resistance. The wooden steps leading down the slope were wet and covered in pine needles. I looked around the trees. Nothing. No signs of anyone. Maybe Sheila had been here before sending the key. Or maybe Mike had left it unlocked at some point and it just stayed that way. I shut it, locked it this time, and moved on. Around 2 o'clock, I was in the bedroom packing a few more books when I heard it. Something shifting above me. A soft thump. Then another. From the attic. The attic was tiny. Just a crawl space, really. It was above the bedroom, accessed by a narrow pull-down ladder in the hallway. I froze, stood still for a minute, and listened. Nothing followed. Just silence. I told myself it was probably a squirrel or a raccoon. Maybe a branch had fallen. Still, I walked out and stared up at the ceiling where the pull cord for the ladder hung. I didn't want to pull it down. The attic always creeped me out when we used to come here. It was unfinished, filled with insulation and mouse droppings, and old junk we hadn't used in years. But I couldn't ignore it. I needed to check it just to be sure. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, one of those long, heavy ones, and yanked the cord. The ladder creaked down slowly, and dust floated into the air. I climbed up, one step at a time, the flashlight pointed into the dark space above. I poked my head into the attic and swept the beam left and right. Nothing jumped out at me. No animal, no sudden movement. But someone had definitely been up there. Near the back corner of the attic, there was a sleeping bag laid out on top of a blue tarp. A few empty cans of beans, a plastic water jug, and a small camping stove sat beside it. And next to all that was something that made my stomach twist. A pile of cigarette butts and a torn piece of flannel shirt I recognized. It had belonged to Mike. He used to wear it every fall. I stood there for a long moment, not moving. The dust was thick in the beam of my flashlight, and the air smelled like something had gone stale. I backed down the ladder without touching anything and closed it up again. My first thought was, someone had been squatting, probably after Mike died. Maybe a drifter found the cabin empty and used it to sleep. But the place was locked when I arrived. There were no broken windows, no signs of forced entry. The back door had been unlocked, yes, but not damaged. Still, I didn't feel in danger, just watched. I took the box of my things and put it in the back of my car. I almost left right then, but something kept me there. I didn't want to drive back down the mountain with that knot in my gut. So I made coffee on the old gas stove, opened a few more windows, and tried to breathe through it. At dusk, I started a small fire in the wood stove, mostly for warmth. The cabin creaked in the wind. I sat on the couch, drinking instant coffee and flipping through an old book. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away, and around 7:30, I heard something again, this time outside. Footsteps, slow, crunching leaves. I turned off the light and moved toward the window, heart racing. I crouched beside it and peeked through the gap in the curtain. There was someone out there, standing about 20 feet from the porch, half hidden behind a tree. I couldn't see their face, just the shape of a man, tall, lean, wearing a hood or a cap. I didn't move. I waited, breath shallow. He didn't come closer, didn't call out, just stood there for what felt like an hour but was probably only a few minutes. Then he turned and walked into the trees. I locked every door and window. I kept the flashlight with me at all times and sat in the living room, wide awake, until at least 2 in the morning.
No sleep.
Every noise outside made me freeze. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. But he didn't come back. By sunrise, I'd made up my mind. I didn't need anything else. I packed up the last of what I brought, double-checked the doors, and left without eating breakfast. I called the local sheriff's office when I got into town and reported it. Told them someone might be squatting in the cabin. They sent a deputy out later that week. He called me to say he found the tarp and cans in the attic, but nothing else. No one in the woods.
No footprints.
No vehicle. He said the sleeping bag was probably old. Maybe had been up there a long time. Maybe even Mike used it before he died. But I knew better. The food wasn't expired. The cigarette butts were fresh. And the man I saw in the woods was real. I wasn't imagining it. I never went back. A few months later, I sold the cabin to a couple from Connecticut. Got a decent price. Enough to close that chapter completely. Sometimes I still think about the attic. About how long he might have been living there. If he was there when I first walked in. Watching from above. Listening. But I don't let myself dwell on it. That part of my life is done. Mike is gone. The cabin is gone. I keep my doors locked now. I listen more closely when I hear things at night. And I don't go back to places that feel wrong. Not anymore. I grew up in a small town in Montana, not far from the Bitterroot Mountains. The land there was wide open and wild in parts, with endless fields of dry grass, sparse trees, and the occasional old farmstead left behind by families who moved on. My family had owned a small farm outside town for generations. By 1998, I was 27 and living in the city, but I still visited the farm whenever I could to help out or just to get away from the noise. I guess I always had a quiet place in my heart for that old land. That year, late September, I decided to spend a week at the cabin on the farm. The cabin wasn't really much more than an old, weathered wooden house built sometime in the early 1900s. It sat near the edge of the property, where the land sloped down into a thick patch of forest. The farm itself had been sold off piece by piece over the years, but the cabin and a few acres of land were still in the family. The place was always lonely but peaceful, surrounded by fields that stretched for miles and the occasional sound of wildlife. It was the perfect spot for me to clear my head. The drive out to the farm that September afternoon was long but calm. The sun was low in the sky, casting a warm, orange glow across the land. I remember feeling that mix of excitement and unease as I turned off the main highway onto the gravel road that led to the cabin. The road was rough, with deep ruts and loose stones, winding between the tall grass and scraggly trees. I kept an eye out for deer or coyotes. Wild animals were common out here, especially near dusk. The cabin looked the same as I remembered. The faded red paint on the walls was peeling, and the windows were dusty and cracked in places. The roof sagged a little, and the porch creaked beneath my weight as I stepped onto it. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust, mixed with the faint scent of smoke from a fireplace that hadn't been used in months. The furniture was sparse. A small wooden table, 2 chairs, a battered couch, and a bed frame without a mattress. I'd brought my own sleeping bag and supplies, knowing the cabin had little to offer. That first evening, I started a fire in the stone hearth, using some dry kindling I found stacked in the shed nearby. The warmth of the fire was comforting against the chill that was settling in as the sun disappeared behind the hills. I sat close, watching the flames flicker and listening to the quiet sounds outside. The wind rustling the dry grass, the distant call of a coyote, the occasional snap of a twig. It was peaceful, but there was something in the stillness that felt heavy, like the land itself was holding its breath. As the night deepened, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, the beam cutting through the dark like a knife. The sky was clear, filled with stars I hadn't seen in the city for years. The cool air smelled of earth and pine. I walked down the small hill behind the cabin, toward the tree line. The woods were thick and dark, the trees standing tall and close together. I moved slowly, careful not to disturb any animals. That's when I first noticed it, the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was subtle at first, like a shadow just beyond the edge of my vision, a whisper of movement in the trees. I told myself it was just my imagination, the way the light played tricks on my eyes. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I kept my flashlight trained on the darkest spots, but I saw nothing except the occasional flicker of leaves in the breeze. I returned to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I double-checked the windows, making sure they were secure. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. Something about the night, the quiet that stretched on and on, felt wrong. I tried to focus on the fire, on the small comforts I'd brought with me, but the tension in my chest grew heavier. The next day was clear and cold. I spent it working around the farm, repairing the fence that had fallen, clearing brush, and checking the old water pump. The work helped distract me, and the sun was bright enough to chase away some of the shadows from the night before. I found an old shotgun in the cabin's storage closet, unused, but in decent condition. I cleaned it carefully and decided to keep it close during the nights. That night, as the sun dipped again and the sky darkened, the unease returned stronger than before. Around dusk, I noticed something different. Tire tracks in the dirt road leading to the cabin. They were fresh, probably from the afternoon or early evening. I hadn't seen any cars all day, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. No one was supposed to be out here. I followed the tracks with my flashlight, careful not to leave the cabin grounds. The tracks ended about 50 yards down the road, near a broken-down barn. The barn was old and dilapidated, its wood gray and warped by decades of weather. I shone my light inside but saw nothing. The door hung open on rusty hinges, creaking in the wind. The barn had been abandoned for years, used only by the occasional animal sheltering from storms. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I hurried back to the cabin, locking the doors again and sitting with the shotgun across my lap. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, making the branches scrape against the roof like nails on a chalkboard. Every sound was sharp and loud in the silence. I felt exposed, vulnerable. At one point during the night, I heard a noise outside. It was soft at first, a faint shuffling, like footsteps on dry leaves. Then, a low scraping sound, like someone dragging something heavy across the ground. I froze, gripping the shotgun tighter, trying to listen. The noises stopped suddenly, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against the cabin walls. I stayed awake for hours, waiting for dawn. When the sun finally rose, I felt exhausted but relieved. I went outside to check the perimeter and found more tire tracks, fresh footprints near the edge of the woods, and some broken branches, as if someone had been moving through the trees. Whoever it was, they'd been close to the cabin during the night. The thought chilled me. I spent the next few days on edge, constantly watching the woods and the road. Each night, the noises came again. Footsteps, scratching, the distant sound of a vehicle starting up and driving away. During the days, I found signs that someone had been around. Cigarette butts, discarded cans, and a few pieces of torn fabric caught on the fence posts. Whoever was here wasn't passing through by accident. One afternoon, I found fresh tire tracks again, this time leading into the forest behind the cabin. They were rough, as if from a four-wheel drive or an old pickup truck. I decided to follow them cautiously. The trail twisted through the trees and climbed a steep ridge. After a while, I spotted a small clearing with an old campsite, charcoal from a fire, empty bottles, and some scattered trash. It looked like someone had been staying here for days, maybe weeks. The thought made my stomach twist. I wasn't alone out here. Someone was living in the woods near the cabin, watching, waiting. I went back to the cabin quickly and called the local sheriff from the landline. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. I tried again. Nothing. The nearest cell tower was miles away, and I didn't have a cell phone with me. I felt trapped. That night, I decided to pack up and leave. I didn't want to spend another night here, not knowing who was lurking in the woods. I loaded my things into my old pickup and prepared to drive back down the gravel road before it got too dark. Just as I was about to get in the truck, I heard a noise behind the cabin, a heavy thud, like someone slamming something against the wooden wall. My heart pounded in my chest. I grabbed the shotgun and circled the cabin slowly, shining my flashlight in every direction. In the faint moonlight, I saw footprints in the dirt, fresh and deep. They stopped just outside the porch. I could almost feel eyes on me. I climbed into the truck and locked the doors. As I started the engine, the headlights illuminated a figure standing at the edge of the tree line. A man, tall, wearing a dark jacket and jeans, his face hidden by a hood. He didn't move, just watched as I backed the truck down the driveway and sped toward the highway. I didn't look back. The drive down the gravel road was tense and nerve-wracking. Every shadow seemed alive. The headlights caught the glint of something metallic in the trees. A flashlight, maybe. The engine rattled, and I kept the shotgun across my lap, ready to defend myself if I had to. When I finally reached the highway and the safety of the main road, I slowed down and took a deep breath. The city lights in the distance felt like a blessing. I drove straight to the sheriff's office, explaining everything I'd seen and heard. They took me seriously and sent a deputy to check the farm and the surrounding woods. Weeks later, I heard from the sheriff that they had found evidence of squatters living near the farm, people who had been hiding out for months, possibly involved in criminal activity. The area was dangerous, and no one knew how long they had been watching the cabin. I never went back after that trip. The farm, once a place of quiet memories, had become something else, something darker, filled with the unknown. But at least I left before it was too late. It was the second weekend of November 2019, and I decided to take a break from everything. I was 34, living in Tulsa, Oklahoma, working long hours as a mechanical technician at a small oil services company. Life had been stressful. My girlfriend had just broken things off a month earlier, and the days were starting to blend together: work, home, eat, sleep. Same thing every day. I needed to clear my head. So, I packed my gear and headed out to a hunting cabin that my Uncle Tom had left me in his will 2 years earlier. It was deep in the woods near Clayton, Oklahoma. A small, old-fashioned one-room wooden place with a tin roof, a hand-dug outhouse, no running water, and a wood stove for heat. No electricity, no cell service either. The kind of place people forget about. Perfect for hunting deer, but even better for being alone. I'd been there maybe 4 or 5 times since I inherited it. It was in the middle of nowhere. You had to drive 2 hours out of Tulsa, then another 45 minutes down a dirt road that was more potholes than road. After that, it was a 10-minute hike from where you had to park since a big oak had fallen across the path years back, and I never bothered to clear it. I liked it that way. If it was harder to get to, less chance someone else would try to go near it. I left Friday morning around 10, stopped in McAllister for some fuel and jerky, then made it to the trailhead a little after 1. I parked the truck under some tall pines, grabbed my backpack and rifle, and started hiking the trail in. It was damp from the rain a few days earlier, and the leaves had turned full orange and brown. I remember the air smelled clean. I liked that about the woods. No smells of traffic or fried food or gas fumes. Just clean dirt, pine needles, and decaying leaves. When I got to the cabin, everything looked just like I left it. The place was dusty, cobwebs in the corners, but nothing broken. I always left a few things there. Some canned food, matches, a small propane burner, a few old wool blankets rolled up tight in a storage trunk, and my grandfather's old hatchet wedged in the chopping stump outside. The first thing I did was set up my cot by the back wall, then gather some kindling to get a fire going in the stove. Even though the sun was still out, it was cold, probably in the high 30s. After warming the place a bit, I cracked open a can of chili, heated it on the stove, and ate straight from the can. I sat there for a while just listening to the sounds outside, the wind moving the trees, a few birds now and then. No cars, no people, just silence. That first night was uneventful. I had the fire going, bundled up in 2 blankets on the cot, and just stared at the ceiling. I always had trouble sleeping my first night out in the cabin. Too quiet, maybe, or maybe because I always felt a little exposed out there. The woods don't make a lot of noise, but when they do, it carries. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard a branch snap. It wasn't close, probably 30 yards off, but it was enough to make me sit up and listen. I held my breath for a second. Nothing. Then a few minutes later, another faint crack. Could have been a deer, could have been a raccoon. I lay back down, still listening. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep because when I opened my eyes again, it was light outside. Saturday morning, I was up before dawn, made some instant coffee on the burner and ate a cold granola bar, then put on my jacket, hat, and orange vest. I loaded up the .30-06 rifle and hiked out behind the cabin toward a ridge I'd scouted the year before. There was a shallow valley that deer liked to move through around daybreak. It was quiet out there, still a bit of mist hanging around the low spots. I sat against a tree with good cover, about 100 feet up the slope, where I could see down into the valley. I waited. An hour passed. Nothing. Then 2. Around 8:30, I finally saw a buck, probably a 6-pointer. It moved low through the trees, stopping every few steps to sniff the air. I raised the rifle, waited until he stepped into the clearing, and pulled the trigger. The sound cracked through the woods like thunder. The deer flinched, staggered, then bolted. I knew I hit it, but probably not clean. I got up, heart racing, and followed the trail. I found blood on some leaves about 10 yards in. Then more blood leading down through the brush. Took me nearly 40 minutes to find him. He was lying still beneath a small cedar, chest still rising and falling. I had to put him down with a second shot. After that, I sat there for a minute, just catching my breath. That part of hunting always felt heavy to me. You wait and wait, then in 10 seconds it's done. Life gone. I cleaned the deer where it fell and dragged it back uphill, tied the legs with some rope, and hung it from the game pole I'd set up behind the cabin years ago. My arms and lower back were already sore. It was just afternoon when I got back. I spent the next few hours cleaning up, salting the meat I could, wrapping what I wanted to bring back in cheesecloth. I didn't have a deep freezer out there, so most of it would have to go back with me Sunday. I kept the fire going and sharpened my knife on the porch step while watching the shadows grow longer. That night, things changed. I was lying in bed, still sore from dragging the deer and cleaning it, and I remember hearing something outside around 11. It was soft at first, like footsteps in leaves. Not animal sounds, more steady, more spaced out. For steps, then a pause, then a few more. My body tensed up, eyes staring at the ceiling again, listening as hard as I could. I sat up slowly and looked at the stove. It was still glowing faintly, casting shadows on the wooden walls. The sound came again, closer. Someone was walking out there. I reached for my rifle and stayed still. No windows in the cabin had glass, just wooden shutters. I hadn't opened them that night, so I couldn't see out. I crept to the door and listened. The footsteps stopped, dead silent. I waited. My mouth was dry. The silence stretched for maybe a minute. Then, I heard the unmistakable sound of something brushing up against the side of the cabin. A light scrape like a jacket sleeve against wood. I felt something cold in my chest. I didn't open the door, didn't say a word. I just stayed there, listening. My hand was wrapped tight around the rifle grip. Then the footsteps moved away, slowly. Fewer leaves this time, lighter, then nothing. I waited another half hour before I dared lie back down. I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling till the fire died and the chill crept back in. When the sun came up, I went outside with the rifle. I looked around the perimeter of the cabin, scanning the ground. There were faint tracks. Shoes, not boots. Regular sneakers, not mine. They came from the woods to the east, circled halfway around the cabin, then vanished back into the trees. No vehicle tracks anywhere on the trail. That whole morning I kept checking over my shoulder. I didn't hunt. I didn't do anything except pace the edge of the clearing, looking out into the woods, trying to calm my nerves. By noon, I decided I wasn't staying another night. Something was off. I started packing everything up. I wrapped the meat in a tarp, cleaned up the cabin, and got everything in order. Around 3, I hiked the load back to the truck in 2 trips. Still no sign of anyone. Then I found it. When I got to my truck the second time, there was something stuck under the wiper blade. A piece of lined paper, folded 3 times. I opened it up, hands shaking a little. It was blank. Just a ripped-out piece of notebook paper. No writing.
No marks.
Just folded and tucked under the wiper. That's when my stomach dropped. Someone had been at my truck. I looked around the trees. Nothing moved. The only sound was a crow calling out far in the distance. I loaded everything fast and slammed the tailgate shut. My eyes kept scanning the tree line. I got in and locked the doors immediately, started the engine and drove. I didn't stop until I was back on the main highway, heading north. Even now, years later, I think about that weekend more than I want to. I never went back to the cabin. I thought about selling it, but part of me wants to keep it. Like I need to hold on to it for some reason I can't explain. I don't know who was out there. I don't know if it was some drifter, someone living off-grid, or just a random person passing through. But whoever it was, they knew where I was. They got close to the cabin. They touched my truck. And they didn't take anything. They didn't break in. They didn't leave a threat. They just let me know they were there. Sometimes silence is scarier than words. And sometimes the woods are quieter because someone else is listening. I didn't plan on ending up in a cabin near a graveyard in the middle of nowhere. It just happened. In 2019, I was 34, living alone in Grand Junction, Colorado. I worked from home as a freelance graphic designer, and sometimes the walls of my apartment closed in on me. Too much quiet, too much screen time, not enough nature. That summer I hit a point where I felt like I needed to step away. I wasn't burned out exactly, but I was sick of the same coffee shop, the same grocery store, the same everything. A buddy of mine, Nate, had told me about this off-grid cabin he used once while backpacking through the San Juans. He said it belonged to some old friend of his dad's, and no one really used it anymore. Nate said I could try staying there for a week if I needed to get away. I took him up on it. I didn't know what I was expecting. Something rustic, sure, but I didn't expect it to be directly across from a forgotten graveyard tucked between pine trees. The road that led to it was nothing more than a rutted dirt path, overgrown on both sides with knee-high grass. It was clear no one had been down there in a while. It took me over 6 hours to drive from Grand Junction, then another hour on rough roads. By the time I got to the place, I was already questioning whether this had been a good idea. The cabin itself was old but still standing strong. Dark wood siding, a steep roof, a crooked porch, and windows covered with metal shutters. There was a heavy padlock on the front door, but Nate had given me the key. Inside, it smelled like cedar and dust. I spent the first hour just airing it out. There was a small kitchen with a propane stove, a single bed with a thin mattress, and a wood-burning stove for heat. No electricity, no cell service. I brought a solar lantern, some dry food, a hand crank radio, and a cooler full of stuff that would last a few days on ice. What I didn't know until I took a walk around the cabin was that it sat directly across from what looked like a century-old graveyard. No fence, no sign, just a few dozen headstones barely sticking up from the moss and grass. Most were weather-worn and hard to read, but a few dates popped out: 1896, 1911, 1923. It was eerie, sure, but not creepy in a haunted way. Just sad, forgotten. I figured I'd stay clear of it and keep to the woods behind the cabin. The first day passed quietly. I cooked a basic dinner on the propane stove, watched the trees move outside the windows, and read a book by lantern light until it got too dark to see anything else. I didn't sleep well that night. The forest was loud in a different way than I was used to. Every snap of a twig or rustle of a branch jolted me awake. Still, I chalked it up to being in a new place. By the second night, I was getting used to it. I had set up a little routine: coffee over the stove in the morning, a hike through the woods during the day, lunch back at the cabin, reading or journaling in the afternoon, then dinner before it got dark. I hadn't seen a single person or car since I got there.
No planes overhead. No distant dogs barking.
Just complete silence outside the sounds of nature. On the third night, around midnight, I heard what sounded like slow footsteps outside the cabin. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer, but the pace didn't feel right. Animals tend to move in bursts. This was slow and steady. Step, step, step. Then a pause. Then again. Step, step. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. There was no light switch to flip. I grabbed the lantern and lit it. I didn't move right away, just sat there listening. The footsteps stopped. I waited maybe 10 minutes, not hearing anything else. Then I opened the cabin door and stepped out onto the porch. Nothing, just darkness and trees. The graveyard was directly across the narrow dirt road, but with no moon, I couldn't see much past the closest stones. I told myself I was imagining things, that maybe it had been a branch falling or some kind of animal shifting around. But from that moment on, I didn't feel alone anymore. The next day, I hiked up into the hills behind the cabin. I found an old trail that curved up along a ridge. There were signs of elk, tracks, droppings, but no animals in sight. On the way back down, I found what looked like an old hunting blind or shelter, mostly collapsed. Nearby was a rusted tin can with bullet holes in it, and a few empty shell casings half buried in the dirt. They were .30-06, a hunting round. Not too weird for Colorado, but they looked old. That night, I kept the lantern by my bed and didn't sleep much. Around 3 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, this time circling the cabin. Step, step, shuffle, step. I stayed frozen in bed, staring at the ceiling. At one point, something brushed up against the cabin wall outside, like a shoulder or maybe a hand dragging along the wood. I didn't get up. I didn't open the door. I just waited for it to stop. By morning, I was starting to regret coming. I made a plan to leave the next day. I still had plenty of supplies and I wasn't hurt or in danger. Not exactly, but the place didn't feel empty anymore. Something was wrong, and I didn't want to wait around to figure it out. That afternoon, while packing my things, I walked back across the road to take a closer look at the graveyard. I figured before I left, I'd at least try to read some of the names and see if there was a story to the place. Most of the stones were unreadable, cracked or chipped by weather, but one large granite marker stood near the center, cleaner than the others. It read, Nathaniel Cross, 1860 to 1932, sheriff, died defending his home. Asterisk, asterisk, the name hit me sideways. Nate, my friend who told me about the cabin. His full name was Nathaniel Cross Jr. He'd mentioned once that his family had roots in the area, but he never said anything more. That grave belonged to his great-grandfather. Suddenly, the story changed in my head. This wasn't just some random abandoned cabin. This was a family property with a graveyard out front, and likely a history behind it that I didn't understand. I turned to leave the graveyard and stopped. There were fresh boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. They circled the area and led back into the woods across from the road. The prints were wide, heavy, maybe a size 12 or 13. Work boots. I followed them a few feet, but the ground got too dry and I lost the trail. Still, they hadn't been there yesterday. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lantern on and sat in the chair by the window, staring out across the road. At one point, I saw movement between the trees, just the shape of a man walking slowly along the edge of the woods. He never looked at the cabin. He just passed by, heading deeper into the trees. I watched him for maybe 10 seconds before he vanished into the black. I left at dawn the next morning. The road out was just as rough going down, but I didn't care. I drove the rental SUV like I was being chased, scraping branches, bottoming out in the ruts. I made it back to Grand Junction by afternoon. When I returned the keys to Nate, I didn't say much. He asked how the trip went. I said it was peaceful, but I preferred camping a little closer to civilization. He laughed and said, asterisk, fair enough. Asterisk, I didn't tell him about the footsteps, or the boot prints, or the man I saw walking between the trees. But I did look up some local history that night. I found a newspaper archive from the early 1930s. Sheriff Nathaniel Cross was killed during a shootout with bootleggers in the hills outside Silverton. The cabin had belonged to him. One of the men who killed him was never found. Some thought he vanished into the mountains and died there. Others believed he stayed close, hiding out in the forest for years after. The graveyard across from the cabin wasn't public. It was private, family members only. The last person buried there was in 1956. Since then, the land had fallen out of use. No one had maintained it. Nate probably didn't know the full history, or maybe he did and didn't want to bring it up. I never went back. I don't blame the cabin or the graveyard. I blame myself mostly for thinking I could isolate that deep in the woods and still feel safe. I never figured out who made those footsteps or who I saw in the trees, but I know what I saw, and it wasn't a ghost. It was a man, living or hiding or surviving out there, and that thought is what stays with me. I remember the exact moment I decided to take that trip, though I didn't know then how much it would haunt me later. It was early spring of 2019, and I was working a long, tiring job in Salt Lake City. I was 32 then, feeling worn down and craving silence, something real and untouched by noise and crowds. I wanted a break from everything. No people, no emails, no phone calls, just me and nature. So, I rented a small off-glass cabin out near the edge of the Uinta Mountains, about 2 hours from the city, where the forest was thick and the roads turned rough and dusty. The cabin was pretty remote, perched on a slope with a wide, low-hanging glass window looking out into a dense patch of pines and firs. The glass was smudged and slightly foggy, but it gave a clear enough view of the woods and the small creek that ran past not far from the porch. When I arrived, it was late afternoon, and the sun was just starting to dip behind the trees, painting everything in dull gold and shadow. The cabin looked simple but sturdy, wooden logs stacked and sealed with moss and resin, a thin metal chimney poking through the slanted roof, and a heavy, creaky door that I had to slam shut behind me to keep the cold air out. Inside, there was a small wood stove, a tiny kitchen corner with a sink and some shelves, a folding table and chair, and a single cot with a thin mattress. There was no electricity except for a single solar panel outside, and no running water except the creek. The whole place smelled faintly of old pine and dry wood smoke, with a hint of dampness lingering in the corners. I unpacked my stuff slowly, setting up the essentials: a lantern, canned food, water bottles, a first aid kit, a knife, and my sleeping bag. I wanted to be prepared because the nearest town was miles away, and my phone barely got any signal. I spent the first night reading by the lantern's dim light, the quiet outside pressing against the thin glass like something waiting. I kept the door locked and a small hatchet close by. The wind rustled the branches, and sometimes an animal's call echoed faintly in the dark. I told myself it was nothing, just the forest alive and breathing. But even then, I couldn't shake a subtle feeling, like eyes watching from the shadows. The next day, I hiked a little around the area. The woods were dense, the ground soft with moss and pine needles. I saw deer tracks near the creek and some scattered bird feathers on the ground. I collected a few dry branches for the stove and explored the narrow dirt path that led downhill to a forgotten dirt road. The isolation was peaceful but heavy, like the silence had weight. That evening I made a fire, the flames throwing tall shadows against the cabin walls. Outside, the stars were bright and countless. It was the third day that things started to change. I woke just before dawn to a faint noise, like footsteps crunching softly on dry leaves outside. I stayed frozen, listening. The cabin's big glass window faced the woods, and through the blurry pane, I could just make out dark shapes moving between the trees. I told myself it must be an animal, maybe a deer or a wild boar passing through. But the footsteps were slow, careful, deliberate, almost like someone was watching the cabin, moving just out of sight. I waited until the noise stopped, then got up and peered outside. The air was cold and thick with fog, curling around the tree trunks. There was nothing there. No footprints, no signs of passage. It was as if whoever or whatever had been there vanished into the mist. I told myself not to overthink it and tried to go back to sleep, but the feeling lingered, crawling under my skin. Later that morning, while making coffee, I heard a low, slow tapping at the window. It was faint but steady, like someone knocking. My heart jumped, and I grabbed the small hatchet from the table and walked carefully to the window. Outside was only the thick forest and some broken branches, but no one. The tapping stopped. I pressed my palm to the cold glass and stared into the empty trees. I could almost swear I saw a shadow move behind a pine. My skin prickled, and I stepped back. For the rest of the day, I stayed close to the cabin, piling wood for the stove and keeping my knife handy. I thought about leaving, but the road back was rough, and the sky was already turning gray with an early storm brewing. I didn't want to drive back in rain on a dirt road I barely knew. That night, the storm came in full force. Rain hammered the roof and windows, wind howled through the trees, and the cabin shuddered with every gust. The power of the storm was almost hypnotic, and I sat by the fire, trying to keep calm. But the tapping returned, this time more insistent, louder, and irregular, as if someone was trying to get my attention. I wanted to believe it was just a branch or the wind, but the rhythm felt human, intentional. I gripped the hatchet tightly and sat frozen, listening. Suddenly, through the glass, a figure appeared. A man standing just beyond the clearing, soaked by the rain, face half hidden under a dark hood. His eyes caught the dim light from inside the cabin, and he stared straight at me. The rain ran down his face, and he didn't move or speak. He just stood there, cold and silent. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to yell, to call out, but no words came. The storm roared around us, but inside the cabin, time froze. I saw his hand twitch near his jacket pocket, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but I felt raw danger. He vanished as suddenly as he appeared, slipping back into the shadows. My heart pounded, and I locked all the doors and windows, blocking every opening with whatever I could find. The rain kept falling, but I didn't dare look outside again. I stayed awake, clutching the hatchet until dawn. The next morning, the storm cleared. The forest looked peaceful again, washed clean by rain and sunlight. I stepped outside cautiously. There were no footprints, No signs the man had been there except for some broken branches and a few small patches of disturbed dirt near the cabin. The place felt empty but wrong. I packed up my things and drove back slowly, glancing in the rearview mirror every few minutes. The fear stayed with me for weeks afterward, a heavy weight in my chest whenever I closed my eyes. I never reported it, never told anyone, because I wasn't sure if I'd imagined it all. But the memory of that man, standing in the rain, watching me through the glass, real, silent, and dangerous, never left. I never went back to that cabin or the Uinta Mountains. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right and the sky turns gray, I swear I can still feel those cold eyes on me, waiting somewhere just beyond the trees. I was 34 when I decided to take a break from everything. It was early November 2018. I had just quit a job that drained the life out of me every day. Felt like I hadn't truly rested in years. I lived in Helena, Montana, and after everything that had piled up that year, bills, stress, a failed relationship, I knew I needed to just get away from it all. I found a small cabin for rent on a private property out in central Idaho, somewhere near McCall but off the main roads, deep into the trees. It was a single-room wooden cabin with a fireplace, solar power, and a small propane heater as backup. There was a spring for water nearby and a shed with chopped wood. The pictures looked rustic, quiet, and perfect. The owner said cell signal wouldn't reach out there, but I didn't care. That was the whole point. I brought my dog with me. His name was Cooper. He was a 6-year-old golden retriever with a calm temperament, though he always knew when something was off. I trusted that about him. He never barked without reason, never acted skittish unless there was something genuinely wrong. We got there on a Thursday afternoon. The drive took a while, about 8 hours through winding roads and dirt paths after we left the paved highway. My truck's GPS stopped working an hour before we arrived, and I had to rely on handwritten directions and a printed map. The cabin was tucked in a clearing about 300 yards from a small stream. The forest around it was thick, pine and fir trees all around, with barely any underbrush, just brown needles and dead leaves carpeting the ground. There wasn't another house or person for miles, and that was just what I wanted. The place had no TV, no internet, no distractions. Just me, Cooper, and the woods. The first day went by quietly. I unpacked my gear, made a small fire inside, and fed Cooper. He sniffed around outside for a while, nose low to the ground, tail wagging lightly. At night, the temperature dropped hard. The wind made the trees creak, but the cabin held its warmth pretty well. I laid in bed with Cooper sleeping at my feet, listening to the sounds outside. It was peaceful. The next day, I woke up early to a cold, gray sky. There were no snowflakes, but I could smell it coming. I threw on my coat, boots, and gloves, grabbed my thermos, and took Cooper for a walk into the woods behind the cabin. The trees stood tall and silent. Cooper trotted ahead of me, occasionally stopping to sniff fallen branches or animal tracks. About a quarter-mile out, I found a small clearing. At the far end of it, I noticed something strange. A rusty metal pole sticking up out of the ground. It looked like a piece of an old fence post or maybe part of an old gate, but it didn't match anything around it. There were no trails, no signs of an old road. I let Cooper sniff around it, but he didn't seem interested. I shrugged it off and we headed back. That evening, something felt different. It wasn't anything obvious, nothing I could point to, just a strange sort of stillness. Cooper sat at the cabin door for a long time, staring out. His ears perked up like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. I asked him if he wanted to go outside, but he didn't move, just kept staring. Eventually, I opened the door and stepped out. The sky had darkened, and I could smell pine sap thick in the air. Cooper didn't follow me out right away. He stepped out only after I walked several feet ahead. I didn't sleep well that night. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of crunching, like footsteps in dry leaves. I lay still in bed, listening. At first, I thought it might just be deer or elk, but the pace of the steps was wrong. They were slow, steady, deliberate. Cooper stood up at the foot of the bed, ears back, staring at the wall. Then he growled. A low, deep growl that I had only heard from him a few times before. The sound stopped after about a minute, but I didn't sleep again. I kept the fire low and sat there in the dark, watching the shadows. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. No tracks, no signs of anyone or anything. It had frosted overnight, and the ground was stiff, so I would have seen prints if someone had been close. I tried to tell myself it had been a large animal or just wind knocking something over. Still, Cooper was on edge. Every little sound made him lift his head. He wouldn't leave my side. Later that afternoon, I went back to the clearing with the metal post. Something was off. The grass around it had been trampled, flattened in wide arcs, like something had been walking in circles. The post was loose now, like it had been pulled and twisted. I tried to shake it, and it moved a little, but it was still deeply buried. There were broken sticks all around, snapped in strange patterns. I felt exposed out there, so I turned back quickly. That evening, as the sky dimmed, Cooper refused to go outside. He sat behind the door and stared again, the same way he had the night before. His body was tense. The wind had picked up, and I could hear branches tapping against the roof. Then there was that same crunching sound again. I went to the window and turned off the lamp. Outside, in the trees just beyond the clearing, I saw a shape. I couldn't tell if it was human. It was tall, maybe 6 feet or more, and it was standing just beyond the tree line. Not moving, just there. I blinked, and it was gone. I grabbed my flashlight, but I didn't go out. I locked the door, pulled the curtains, and sat down near the fireplace. Cooper was pressed against me. The wind howled for hours that night. By the next morning, I had decided to leave early. I packed up my gear fast. The air was colder, and a light snow had started to fall. Cooper was waiting at the truck before I even opened the door. I loaded up and started driving, but not 20 minutes down the trail, I realized I had left my phone behind. I had turned it off and stashed it in a drawer inside the cabin. I debated just leaving it, but it had everything on it. I couldn't risk it getting ruined or stolen, so I turned around. The snow was coming down harder now, covering the road and erasing my tire tracks. I pulled back into the clearing and parked, left the truck running. Cooper stayed in the passenger seat. I ran inside, found my phone in the drawer, and turned to leave. When I opened the door, I froze. There were fresh boot prints in the snow. Not mine, not Cooper's. They led from the trees at the edge of the clearing to the side of the cabin. Big, heavy prints. Deep. Whoever made them had been wearing boots with a wide heel, and they hadn't been there when I pulled in. I stepped back inside and locked the door. My heart was hammering. I turned off the lights and crouched by the front window. Cooper was barking now, first standing up on his back. I watched the trees. Something moved between them. A man. I couldn't see much of his face, but I could see his clothes. Dark jacket, heavy pants, gloves. He moved slowly around the cabin, toward the back. I heard a faint thump against the wall, like he was testing the wood. I stayed still. I didn't have a gun with me, just a hatchet and a flare in my bag. I gripped the flare. Cooper growled, then barked again. Loud, sharp, almost frantic. The man moved into view again, now only about 30 feet away. He was standing at the edge of the woods, watching the cabin. I didn't wait. I lit the flare and kicked the door open, screaming as loud as I could. I waved the flare high in the air. Cooper bolted out with me, barking like a mad dog. The man didn't run. He backed away. slowly, step by step. Then he turned and vanished into the trees. I didn't even go back for the flare. I grabbed Cooper, threw him in the truck, and peeled out of that clearing. I didn't look back. I drove straight for the highway, not stopping once. When I got back to town, I called the local sheriff's office in Valley County. They said they'd send someone out to check the cabin. I never heard back. I didn't ask again. I never went back to Idaho. Sometimes I still wonder what that man was doing out there. If he lived in those woods. If he had been watching the cabin before I even arrived. The way he moved, the way he just stood there and watched, it wasn't right. I got lucky. Cooper saved me that night. If he hadn't barked, I might have opened the door without knowing anyone was out there. Or worse, I might have stayed another night. I've gone camping since then, but never alone. Never that far out. I learned something on that trip. Something real and cold. It's not what you hear in the woods that should scare you. It's what you don't. It was late October, 1998, when I took the job as a seasonal park ranger in the vast Bitterroot National Forest, Montana. I was 26 years old, fresh out of college with a degree in forestry and wildlife management. I had grown up near the city, but I always craved the quiet and wide open spaces of the wilderness. The forest was famous for its rugged terrain, dense pine trees, and deep valleys carved by the winding Bitterroot River. My position was simple: patrol the backcountry, check on hikers, monitor wildlife activity, and keep an eye out for any fires or signs of illegal hunting. The Park Service provided me with a small, rustic cabin near the edge of a clearing called Dead Man's Hollow, about 6 miles in from the main ranger station. The cabin was old, built in the 1940s, but solid and cozy. It had a wood stove, a small bunk bed, a table with a chair, and just enough room to store some food and gear. I arrived at the cabin on a chilly afternoon after a long hike from the ranger station. The trees around were tall and thick, their orange and red leaves rustling softly in the wind. The air smelled like pine needles and earth, damp but clean. There was no cell signal here, just the silence of the forest and the occasional chirp of birds preparing for winter. It was perfect. My first few days went smoothly. I followed the forest trails, checking on campsites, collecting reports from hikers who stopped by the station, and making sure the fire risk was low. The forest was quiet and still, except for the sounds of nature. I had my dog, Scout, with me, a medium-sized shepherd mix who was loyal and alert. Scout and I made a good team, and the days felt peaceful. On the 4th night, things started to change. I had just finished cooking dinner. A simple stew warmed on the wood stove, and was sitting by the window when I noticed something unusual. A set of faint footprints outside the cabin door, pressed into the damp earth and leaves. I hadn't heard any sounds, but the prints were there, fresh. They were too large for Scout and seemed to come from a heavy boot. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The moon was just a thin crescent, barely lighting the clearing. I swept the beam across the forest edge but saw nothing. The footprints led toward the tree line, then vanished into the darkness. I felt a chill run down my spine. No one was supposed to be out here at night. I double-checked my supplies, locked the door, and stayed awake for hours, sitting by the stove with Scout close. Nothing else happened that night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next day, I hiked along the main trail near Dead Man's Hollow. The forest was calm but dense, and the trees blocked most of the sunlight. I kept an eye on the ground, looking for more signs of someone else. About 2 miles from the cabin, I found a small campsite, freshly made, with a fire pit still warm and a few pieces of trash left behind. No people in sight. I called it in on my radio, but the signal was weak, and I barely got through to the ranger station. They said they'd send someone out soon, but it might take a while. I was alone, with only Scout and the forest around me. That night, the feeling of unease grew stronger. I heard faint noises in the distance. Twigs snapping, leaves crunching, a low, steady sound like footsteps circling the cabin. Scout growled softly, his fur standing on end. I grabbed my hunting knife and flashlight, moving quietly to the windows, shining the light out into the dark. Suddenly, a shadow darted between the trees, quick and silent. I aimed my flashlight there, but the figure was gone. My heart pounded. Who was out here? Hunters? Trespassers? Someone lost? The rest of the night was tense but uneventful. I made sure to keep the fire stove going for warmth and light, hoping the glow would keep anyone at bay. The following morning, I found more footprints, around the cabin this time, and marks on the back door where someone had tried to pry it open. The metal latch was bent but still held. Whoever had been here was bold or desperate. I knew I couldn't stay here alone much longer. I packed my gear carefully, ready to hike back to the station, but as I stepped outside, Scout froze. His ears were pinned back, growling low, eyes fixed on the tree line. Then I saw him, a man, tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. He was watching me from the edge of the forest, half hidden by the trees. His eyes reflected the morning light like cold steel. I didn't recognize him, and he didn't say anything, just stood there unmoving. I held up my hand to show I meant no harm, but he didn't respond. Slowly, I backed away toward the trail, keeping my eyes on him. Scout stayed close, barking sharply. The man stepped back into the trees and vanished. I hurried along the trail without stopping. My radio crackled faintly, and I called the station, asking for help. They promised to send a backup ranger with a vehicle by nightfall. That day, I stayed on the move, not daring to rest. The forest felt hostile now, every shadow suspicious, every sound unnerving. I kept my knife ready, my flashlight charged, and Scout alert. As night fell, I reached a small clearing with a makeshift wooden platform. The ranger backup was there, a grizzled man named Tom who'd been working the forest for 20 years. He loaded my gear into his truck, and we drove back to the main station. I reported everything I had seen and found. Tom said the man I'd seen was likely an illegal hunter or someone hiding from the law. The forest was known for attracting desperate people, especially as winter approached. They searched the area after, but found no trace. Back at the station, I felt relief wash over me. The forest was still wild and unpredictable, but with other people around, it seemed less threatening. I realized that nature wasn't just beautiful. It could be dangerous, especially when humans with bad intentions entered it. The experience stayed with me for years. I never forgot the quiet terror of those nights, the feeling of being watched and hunted. But I also learned the value of vigilance and respect for the wilderness. Eventually, I left the park ranger job for a desk position, but I still think about that cabin in the pines, about the silence that hides so much, and the dangers that come not from ghosts or monsters, but from people and the wild itself. It was the fall of 2006 when I decided to take a break from my life in Denver and rent a small cabin in the woods of northern Idaho. I was 29 then, working a job that left me tired and restless by the end of every week. The city noise, the constant rush, the endless buzz of people. It all made me crave a quiet place where I could think, breathe, and maybe just be alone for a while. I found a cabin listed online. Nothing fancy, just a small wooden building tucked in a clearing surrounded by tall pine trees, about an hour's drive from the nearest small town. The pictures showed a porch with a couple of rocking chairs, a wood stove inside, and a small kitchen with just enough space for basic cooking. The rent was reasonable and it was far from the chaos. Perfect, I thought. I packed my bags with the essentials. Clothes, some canned food, a few books, my camera, and a basic first aid kit. I didn't expect to need much else. My car was packed the night before, and early the next morning, I hit the road. The drive itself was calming. The highway out of Denver gave way to smaller roads as I headed north, past farms, small towns, and then the thick forests of Idaho. The air grew cooler, and the scent of pine became stronger. I liked that smell, fresh, earthy, and clean. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was dipping low behind the hills. The road had narrowed to a dirt track by then, and my car kicked up dust as I drove the last few hundred yards. The cabin sat quietly in the clearing, looking exactly like the photos, simple and solid. A thin chimney poked from the roof, and I saw the stack of firewood neatly piled by the back door. I pulled up and turned off the engine. For a moment, all I could hear was the wind through the trees and the occasional bird call. No cars, no neighbors, no city noise. It was peaceful. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and something faintly sweet, maybe pine resin. The place was dusty, as if it hadn't been used for a while, but it was clean enough. There was a small table near the kitchen, a cot against the wall, and the wood stove stood cold in the corner. I set my bags down and started to unpack. I made a quick meal, a can of soup heated over a camping stove I'd brought. Then I lit the wood stove with some kindling and dry logs. The fire came alive quickly, the warmth spreading through the room, casting flickering shadows on the walls. As night fell, I sat on the porch in one of the rocking chairs, wrapped in a blanket, staring up at the stars. They were brighter here, far from the city lights. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a faint ribbon of dust and light. Felt good to be alone. The first 2 days passed quietly. I explored the nearby woods during the day, walking along dirt trails, sometimes following animal tracks. I took pictures of the trees, the moss-covered rocks, and the occasional deer I spotted in the distance. I enjoyed the stillness and the rhythm of my own footsteps. At night, I made sure to keep the fire going. The woods were dark and thick. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves made me turn my head, my senses sharper than usual. But there was nothing there, only the quiet night sounds. On the third day, things started to feel different. I woke up before dawn and went outside to chop more firewood. The air was chilly and damp, and the forest was shrouded in mist. As I swung the axe into a fallen log, I thought I heard something, a distant snapping of branches, like someone moving through the trees. But when I stopped and listened, there was nothing. I shook it off, probably a deer or a raccoon. Back inside, I brewed some coffee on the stove and sat by the window, watching the mist lift from the ground. I noticed the small trail that led from the cabin deeper into the woods. It looked less traveled, the undergrowth closing in here and there. I decided I'd check it out later. By afternoon, the sun had broken through the clouds, and I grabbed my camera and set off down the trail. The woods were dense, the trees standing tall like silent guards. I felt a little thrill being so far from everything. No cell signal, no internet, no people. After walking for about an hour, the trail narrowed, and I realized I was quite far from the cabin. The forest floor was littered with pine needles and dry leaves. The smell was strong here, earthy and wet. I paused to take some pictures of a fallen tree covered in moss and fungi. That's when I noticed it. A small, crude wooden cross tied with some old rope, hanging from a low branch just a few feet off the path. It looked like it had been there for a while. I didn't know what to make of it. I stepped closer, examining it carefully. There was no writing or markings, just the rough wood tied together. A sudden unease crept into me, but I tried to reason it away. Maybe it was a memorial for a hunter or a lost pet. People sometimes left those in the woods. I took a picture and turned back toward the cabin, the feeling lingering. That night, the woods seemed louder. The wind rattled the windows, and every small noise inside the cabin made me jump. I kept the fire burning high and stayed awake longer than usual, staring into the flickering flames. Around midnight, I heard it clearly, a faint but steady noise outside, something scraping against the cabin's wooden walls. I froze. My heart thumped in my chest. I strained to listen. The noise stopped. Minutes passed, thick with silence. Then I heard it again, from the back of the cabin this time. A slow, deliberate scraping sound, like someone dragging something heavy or maybe scratching the wood. I grabbed the small flashlight from the table and crept to the back door, peeking out but seeing only shadows and the swaying branches. Nothing else. I tried not to let fear take hold. Probably an animal, maybe a bear or a raccoon searching for food. But the sound didn't quite match that. It was too deliberate. I locked all the doors and windows, then crawled into bed, clutching the blanket tightly. The next morning, I checked the back of the cabin. The wood near the door was scratched and gouged in several places, the marks fresh. Not deep cuts, but enough to show something had tried to claw or scrape the surface. I didn't know what to think. Over the next 2 days, I stayed mostly inside during the night. Each night, the noises grew more frequent. Scratches, footsteps crunching on dry leaves, soft thuds against the walls. One afternoon, while exploring a different trail, I found another cross, this one larger and tied to a tree near a clearing. Around it were scraps of cloth and some rusted cans. It looked like someone had camped here before, or maybe someone had been left behind. The thought made my stomach turn. I wanted to leave. I considered calling it off and driving back to Denver, but the nearest phone signal was miles away, and I wasn't sure what to do with this feeling creeping over me. An unshakable sense that I wasn't alone in those woods, that someone or something had been watching the cabin long before I arrived. On the 5th night, things came to a head. I had just settled into bed when I heard heavy footsteps outside. Not soft like before, heavy, slow steps circling the cabin. I could hear the gravel crunch under the soles, the rustling of branches as someone moved carefully but steadily around the building. I wanted to hide, to run, but I was paralyzed. The footsteps stopped in front of the door. Then a long pause. I held my breath. Then the sharp sound of something banging against the wood. Not a knock, more like a desperate, angry pounding. I grabbed the old hunting knife I kept in my backpack, trying to steady my shaking hands. The pounding stopped. I heard breathing outside, a deep, ragged breath. Then the sound of someone running away, breaking through the bushes and crashing into the forest. I waited a long time before daring to move. When the sun rose, I checked the perimeter. There were footprints in the dirt, large, heavy boots circling the cabin, then vanishing into the woods. I packed my things quickly. On the drive back, my mind raced with questions. Who had been out there? How long had they been watching? Why had they disappeared so quickly after the pounding? I never found out. Back in the city, I told no one about what happened. I didn't want to sound paranoid or crazy, but I never forgot the look of those crosses in the woods, the way the footsteps circled the cabin, or the cold, heavy feeling of being watched. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I think about that cabin in Idaho, about the person or people who had been lurking in the shadows. I'm sure the forest holds more secrets than I'll ever know. It was late October of 2019 when I finally got around to building the small cabin I'd been talking about for years. I was 36 then, single, no kids, and working remotely as a freelance CAD draftsman. I'd bought 5 acres of sloped woodland up in eastern Kentucky near Stanton, not far from the Red River Gorge, maybe 2 hours from Lexington. The land wasn't anything special. A mix of second-growth trees, rocky clay soil, and more ticks than I'd like to admit. But it was mine, and the ridge on the back corner overlooked a deep hollow that stayed foggy well into the morning. That view was what sold me. I cleared a small space on the ridge earlier that spring with a chainsaw and a brush axe, dragged out stumps with a winch, and hand-leveled the slope with a pick and shovel over 3 long weekends. I'd even dug out a shallow foundation and laid concrete pier blocks on gravel I hauled in from the road in 5-gallon buckets. It was slow work. I wanted to build it alone. I don't know why, probably something stubborn in me. I told my coworkers it was about the satisfaction of doing it with my own hands, but if I'm honest, I think it had more to do with not wanting to owe anyone anything. By the time I got around to building, the weather was turning. That weekend was supposed to be clear. It wasn't. I arrived Friday morning in my Tacoma with a bed full of lumber and tools, and it was already drizzling. The forecast showed it clearing up by evening, but clouds clung low to the ridge like wet blankets, and the air smelled like copper and dirt. I parked down the slope and carried everything up by hand. 2x6 floor joists, 4x4 posts, sheets of OSB, and a bundle of metal roofing panels. The cabin was small, 10 by 12 feet, just enough room for a cot, a small wood stove, and a little table. It wasn't meant to be lived in full time, just a place to get away and be quiet. By the time I got the floor frame built, it was nearly dark, and the rain had picked up. I didn't bring a tent. I'd figured I'd be able to throw the frame together and sleep under a tarp strung across the posts. I'd done worse, but by 9 p.m., I was soaked through and shivering. My hands were blistered from hammering brackets and screwing down subfloor in the cold. I remember kneeling on the OSB floor, water dripping from my hood, staring out at the fog swirling through the trees. I hadn't seen a single person since I turned off the county road that morning. Not even a car, just the rain and the low hush of wind moving through wet leaves. It was the kind of quiet that makes you hear things. Every creak of a tree, every rustle in the brush, every drop of water slipping from leaf to ground. I laid out a tarp and crawled into my sleeping bag, fully dressed, with my boots still on. The ridgeline was muddy and uneven, and water pooled at the corners of the subfloor, collecting in shallow puddles. It was a long night. I slept in fits, waking often to the sound of branches snapping in the dark or the thump of something hitting the plywood floor near my head. Once, I thought I heard footsteps, but it could have been water dripping from a broken branch. I told myself that, at least, I had a handgun with me, a 9mm I kept in the glove box and rarely used. I'd brought it up to the site before dark, left it wrapped in a towel under the stack of roofing sheets. Around midnight, I pulled it into the sleeping bag with me, just in case. When the sun finally rose, the fog didn't lift. It just got brighter, like someone had turned up a dim light behind a curtain. I forced myself up, made instant coffee on my camp stove, and chewed a cold granola bar. My fingers were numb. My jeans were soaked. I almost packed it all up and left, but I didn't. I told myself I'd get the walls up and the roof on that day, no matter what. That Saturday, the rain came in heavy bursts. I framed the walls with 2x4s and secured them with metal hurricane ties, but the wind was strong enough to knock them sideways before I could brace them. Twice I had to re-square the corners after a gust tipped everything just as I went to grab another board. My fingers kept slipping on wet screws. I dropped my drill 3 times. At one point, I screamed into the trees, just frustration, but the sound came out weak and hollow, like it didn't want to be heard. That afternoon, while I was nailing the last wall in place, I heard something in the woods. Not wind, not a deer, something heavier, slow, deliberate. I froze, nail halfway driven, and listened. The sound stopped. I waited a long minute, heart pounding. I'm not a paranoid person. I don't believe in monsters or any of that nonsense. But when you're alone in the woods, soaked to the bone, and hear something big move through brush less than 30 feet away, your brain starts making all kinds of calculations. I stepped off the floor and walked the edge of the ridge, looking down through the trees. It was steep, muddy, and choked with brambles. Nothing moved, just the rain. Then I saw something. Not a person, not an animal, just the edge of something dark. Dark enough to stand out against the gray-green undergrowth. Maybe a piece of old tarp. Or a shadow. I stood there staring until the wind shifted and a gust of rain smacked me in the face. When I looked again, it was gone. I told myself it was nothing. Probably was. But I worked faster after that. By sundown, I had all 4 walls up and most of the roof framed. The OSB sheathing wasn't on yet, but it was enough to keep out the worst of the rain. I nailed tarps across the gaps and hunkered inside for the night, eating a cold can of beans and watching the forest through the open roof. That second night was worse. The wind shook the walls. Rain blew in sideways, stinging my face where I lay curled in the sleeping bag. I was so tired I started dreaming with my eyes open, seeing things move in the trees, imagining voices under the wind. At one point, I thought I saw a man standing at the edge of the ridge, facing me, still as stone. But I didn't move, couldn't. I just watched until he wasn't there anymore. When dawn came, I was already awake. I hadn't slept more than an hour. My face felt raw. My back ached. My wrists were swollen from the hammer and cold. But I got up, made coffee again. This time I poured the boiling water into my gloves just to warm them up. I got the roof panels on that day. They were slick and sharp-edged, and I cut my palm on one while dragging it up. Blood mixed with rain on the plywood. I wrapped it with duct tape and kept working. Sometime around 3 p.m., I was crouched behind the cabin, cutting a board for the back brace, when I heard it again, that movement. That slow, deliberate shifting of weight on wet leaves. I stood and turned fast, drill in one hand. Again, nothing, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. I walked down the ridge this time. About 20 feet in, I found a boot print in the mud. Human, too big to be mine. It wasn't fresh, maybe from Friday, but I hadn't seen it before. I walked further down, about 30 yards, and found a pile of brush that looked like it had been used as a blind. Small logs leaned against a rock, forming a kind of half-shelter, just high enough to crouch inside. There were food wrappers, crumpled bags of jerky, an old Mountain Dew bottle, and a small pile of cigarette butts. None of it was more than a few days old. I didn't like the feeling that crawled up my neck. Someone had been watching the ridge. Maybe still was. I walked back to the cabin, slower now, scanning the trees. The rain was lighter but steady. I kept the drill in one hand and the 9mm tucked into my belt. The last thing I did that day was screw a scrap of OSB across the door opening and bolt it from the inside. It wasn't much, but it made me feel a little safer. I didn't sleep that night, just sat with my back against the wall, the pistol in my lap, listening to the rain tap the metal roof like fingers. At one point, just after midnight, I heard something hit the wall behind me. Not hard, just a soft thud. I waited 10 minutes before I moved, stepped outside barefoot, gun in hand. There was nothing, but when I walked around to the back wall, I found a rock sitting in the mud, round, the size of a baseball. I hadn't seen it there before. I didn't go back inside. I stayed out the rest of the night, pacing, listening, waiting. When morning came, I packed up fast, left the roofing tools, the scrap wood, even the folding chair. Just threw my gear in the truck and drove down the slope without even checking my mirrors. I came back 2 weeks later with a friend from work. He carried a .22 rifle and didn't say much when I showed him the boot print and the blind. We tore it apart and burned it in a steel drum. I finished the cabin in silence. Now it stands there at the edge of the ridge, dry and solid, with a steel door and a padlock. I visit sometimes, sit inside and drink coffee on rainy days. I bring a sleeping bag but never stay the night. I don't know who was out there. Probably some drifter, maybe a hunter squatting on private land. Nothing ever came of it. But I remember how it felt, That cold, wet silence. That sense of being watched, of not being alone, is why I built the cabin. But it's also why I don't sleep there. Not anymore. In the fall of 2012, I took a week off from work to drive out to a small cabin in northeastern Arizona, near the border with New Mexico. I was 29 at the time, and I had just gotten through a rough couple of months. I'd been laid off earlier that summer from a logistics company in San Diego and only recently found a new job. The stress of the transition had gotten to me, and I needed to clear my head before the new position started. A guy I knew from college, Brent, owned a patch of land out there with a basic cabin on it. He let me use it for free whenever I wanted, and I'd taken him up on the offer a few times over the years. He warned me not to stay longer than a few days though, said it got to people. I never asked what he meant. It was a 3-hour drive from Gallup once I turned off the highway and started working my way north on old county roads that were more dirt than pavement. The last 30 miles took the most time. The land out there felt empty, but not peaceful. Dry red dirt, scattered juniper trees, rocky hills, and old fences that didn't seem to keep anything in or out. The sky was wide, the silence deeper than I remembered. The cabin sat about a quarter-mile off a forgotten gravel road, tucked into a shallow rise with a view of a dried-out arroyo that curled around to the west. It was one of those small one-room places, probably no more than 20 by 20 feet, with a metal roof, one window, and a deck that had seen better years. The inside was sparse. A cot, a table, a few chairs, a shelf with some old tools, a battery-powered lantern, and a wood stove that looked like it hadn't been used since Reagan was president. I parked the Jeep around back, unpacked my gear, and settled in. I brought food, water, a .38 revolver I usually kept in a safe at home, and some books I figured I'd finally get around to reading. I had my phone, but I wasn't expecting service. I wasn't disappointed. The first night passed quietly. I set up my sleeping bag on the cot, cooked a simple dinner of beans and rice over my small propane stove, and read until my eyes got heavy. I left the door open for a while, just watching the light drain from the sky. The sun slid down behind the distant hills, and the temperature dropped fast. I'd forgotten how cold the desert could get once the heat disappeared. I shut the door and turned on the lantern. By 9 p.m., I was out. I woke up around 2 in the morning. There was a sound I couldn't place. Not loud, just off. I lay there listening. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal scratching at the wall. It was softer, like something shifting weight outside. I reached over, pulled the revolver from my bag, and sat up slowly. My heart thudded in my chest, but nothing happened. I waited for 10, maybe 15 minutes. Eventually, I chalked it up to nerves. I hadn't been out in the middle of nowhere in a long time. You start hearing things out here. I set the gun on the floor beside me and went back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and did a slow circle around the cabin. I didn't see anything strange, just some coyote prints in the dust near the edge of the arroyo. That wasn't unusual. There were always animals moving around at night. Still, I felt uneasy. I went for a short hike after breakfast, about 2 miles north where the land started to rise into low rocky ridges. There was an old windmill out that way that I remembered from a previous visit. The windmill was still there, rusted and silent. Nearby, I saw an old wooden post with a rusted loop of barbed wire dangling from it, half buried in dry weeds. Probably used to be a fence line. I sat there for a while and watched the clouds move. I didn't hear a plane, didn't see another human being, didn't pick up a single bar of cell service. Just empty land in every direction. When I got back to the cabin around 2 p.m., something felt wrong. The door was still locked, but I noticed small indentations in the dirt just off the porch. They looked like footprints, but the shape wasn't right. They weren't barefoot and they weren't from boots. The toes were too far apart. I bent down and took a photo with my phone just in case, but it didn't come out clear. The shadows were wrong. That night, I kept the revolver close. Around midnight, I heard it again, the shifting sound. But this time, it was accompanied by something else. A kind of clicking noise, almost like a dog's nails on hard ground. I turned off the lantern and sat there in the dark, listening. The sound moved slowly around the cabin, stopping now and then. At one point, I heard it on the porch, creaking boards under weight. I didn't breathe. I waited, gun in hand, my mouth dry. After about 20 minutes, the sounds faded. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun rose, I stepped out cautiously and checked the porch. Dust had shifted around the entrance. There were smudges on the window, as if something had pressed up against the glass with greasy hands or maybe a face. No prints, no clear sign of entry. Still, I felt watched. I told myself I was being paranoid, maybe letting isolation get to me. That afternoon, I drove 10 miles out to a bend in the road where I'd seen a house years ago. I thought maybe someone lived there, but when I arrived, the building was a burned-out shell. Nobody home. I kept driving until I got to a flat stretch with a view of the distant highway, then turned around. I was back by dusk. That third night was the worst. Started the same. The quiet, the cold, the dark. I tried to read, but my eyes kept flicking to the window. I turned the lantern off early, just sat there with the revolver in my lap. Around 11:30, I heard the porch creak again. Not once, but multiple times. Something was moving back and forth slowly. Then came the worst sound I'd ever heard. Something trying the doorknob. Not forcing it, not slamming against it. Just turning it back and forth slowly, like it was testing me. Like it knew I was in there. My whole body locked up. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. I wanted to shout, to scare it off, but something in my gut told me not to. I sat in that darkness for what felt like hours, waiting. At some point, the sound stopped. I didn't hear anything else that night. When morning came, I opened the door with the gun in both hands and scanned the area. Nothing, but the doorknob had fresh smudges on it, darker than the night before. I didn't even eat breakfast. I packed everything in under 10 minutes, threw my gear in the Jeep, and started back down the gravel road. I didn't care if it was early. I wanted out. But about 5 miles out, I noticed something in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, just shadows moving through the trees. But as I rounded a bend, I saw it again. Something stepping behind a tree line, tall, thin, almost human in shape, but not quite. It wasn't wearing clothes. I couldn't make out a face. It moved too quickly. I drove faster. By the time I reached the highway, my hands were shaking. I didn't stop until I hit Gallup and parked at a gas station. I sat there for nearly an hour, just breathing. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. I didn't even call Brent. The thing is, nothing supernatural happened. No ghosts, no monsters, but something was out there. Maybe it was a person, maybe it was a predator, but it watched me, tested the cabin, circled me every night. That place had an emptiness to it, an old kind of silence that felt like it didn't want me there. Something walked that land, barefoot or not, and it wasn't just animals. I never went back to the cabin. A few months later, Brent sold the property. I didn't ask him why. I didn't want to know. I still think about those nights sometimes, especially when I wake up at 2 a.m. for no reason. I listen for the sound of weight shifting just outside the walls, and I never, ever sleep with the door unlocked anymore. Whatever was out there didn't follow me. But I know this much for sure. I wasn't alone in that cabin, not even for a second. It was late October, 2016, and I had just come off a rough few months working long hours at a freight warehouse in Cardiff. I was 34 at the time. I'd been there nearly a decade, mostly loading and unloading trucks, sometimes doing overnight shifts depending on demand. After back-to-back weeks of 60-hour shifts, I told my manager I needed some time. My back hurt constantly, I was barely sleeping, and I was snappy even around my own family. So I booked 4 days off and decided to get away from everything. Somewhere quiet, somewhere without anyone. I went online and started browsing private rentals up in the Midlands. I didn't want a hotel or a campsite with families around me. I needed total stillness. I ended up finding a small private cabin listed by some retired guy, about 20 minutes outside a village called Allersley. That's in Warwickshire. I'd never been up that way before, but the place looked isolated enough. Sat in a patch of private woodland, down a gravel road with no nearby houses. It didn't even have Wi-Fi or phone signal, which was exactly what I wanted. Total switch off. The pictures showed a basic timber structure with a small porch, wood-burning stove, and a cleared-out patch in the woods with a fire pit. No neighbors, no traffic, just trees and quiet. I paid in full that same night. The man who owned it, someone named Mr. Holroyd, sent me a confirmation email with an attached PDF of directions, because GPS wouldn't help out there. I printed it, packed my bags, loaded up the boot of my old Honda, and hit the road the next afternoon. I left Cardiff around 2:30 p.m. Traffic through the city wasn't too bad. Once I got into rural England, it felt like I could breathe for the first time in months. Rolling fields, winding roads, even the weather had turned mild. There was a smell in the air like old wood and damp leaves. After turning off the main road, I followed Holroyd's directions down a narrow track with overgrown hedges on both sides. The gravel crackled under my tires. I slowed down to a crawl and watched for the markers he mentioned. A bent metal gate, an old tree stump shaped like a fork, a faded white arrow nailed to a fence post. Eventually, I found the turnoff to the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. The photos hadn't really shown scale. It looked like something built decades ago, maybe post-war, with dark weather-stained timber walls and moss growing around the base. But it had character. I parked in the clearing and stepped out. Everything was dead quiet. Not a single car, voice, or bird. I remember standing there for a moment, just listening to the silence. It was like the trees were holding their breath. I unlocked the cabin door and stepped inside. It smelled old, but not in a bad way, like dried pine and a hint of ash. The furniture was basic. A single bed against the wall, an old armchair beside a wood stove, a kitchenette with a gas hob and a battered kettle. There was one window in the back, looking out toward the woods. The first night was uneventful. I cooked some pasta on the hob, read a bit from a book I brought, and tried to clear my mind. Around 9, I stepped outside to pee. No lights, no moon, just the black outline of trees against a sky scattered with stars. I stood there for a few minutes, taking it in. It was cold, and I could hear the wind pressing through the leaves like a distant whisper. I went back inside, shut the door, locked it, and turned in early. Next day, I woke up around 7 a.m., a bit stiff but rested. I made tea, took a short walk through the trees behind the cabin, and sat on the porch for most of the morning doing nothing. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in years. Around midday, I noticed clouds rolling in. The air smelled heavier. I could tell a storm was coming. That afternoon, the rain started. First, just a soft patter, then a steady drumming on the roof. I stayed inside, made some instant soup, and listened to the weather. Around 5 p.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps outside. Not walking, but a shuffle, like someone dragging a foot through wet leaves. I paused. The wind had picked up by then, and I told myself it was probably a branch falling or some animal nosing through the undergrowth. Still, I went to the back window and looked out. I couldn't see much, just streaks of rain and the blur of trees. I kept watching. Nothing moved. I waited a few minutes longer, then let it go. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The wind rattled the cabin walls, and the stove kept ticking as it cooled. I pulled the blankets tighter and shut my eyes, but my ears stayed alert. Just as I started drifting off, I heard something again, a soft creak. This time it wasn't outside. Came from the front porch. I froze. My heart started racing. I waited. The rain was still falling. I heard the creak again, would underweight, like someone standing on the edge of the porch, shifting their position. I stayed still for what felt like half an hour. Eventually, I got up, walked quietly across the floor, and looked through the peephole in the door. Nothing. I exhaled slowly. Maybe it was the wind again. Maybe the old boards just shifted under the pressure. I went back to bed, but my sleep was light and uneasy. The third day was worse. I spent most of the morning inside because the rain hadn't stopped. Around noon, I went out to collect some firewood from the small stack on the side of the cabin. That's when I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the mud. At first I thought they were mine, but they were smaller, more narrow, and definitely barefoot. They led from the tree line straight toward the cabin. They stopped at the edge of the porch. I stared at them, feeling something cold crawl up my spine. I hadn't seen or heard anyone. There were no houses nearby. The nearest village was over 10 miles away. I followed the prints back toward the trees. About 10 feet in, they vanished, just disappeared into the underbrush like whoever made them had suddenly stepped sideways into the trees. I went back inside, locked the door, and didn't go out again for hours. Around 4 p.m., I started the stove early. I needed the warmth, but I also needed the comfort. I kept glancing at the windows like a nervous animal. As the evening fell, I made some tea and sat near the fire, staring into the flames. That's when I heard it again, the creak. This time it was longer, heavier, like someone standing full weight on the porch, shifting back and forth. I stood up and moved to the door. Slowly. I didn't open it, just stood behind it, listening. Rain tapped the roof. Wind hissed through the cracks. And then I heard it, a breath, not mine, soft and ragged on the other side of the door. I stepped back, heart hammering. I grabbed the fire poker from beside the stove and stood there, holding it tight. The breathing stopped. I waited. No knock, no words, just silence. After 10 minutes, I moved back to the peephole and looked out, and I saw her, a woman, standing at the edge of the trees. Pale skin, thin frame, long wet hair hanging over her face. She wasn't wearing shoes, just a dark dress soaked from the rain, clinging to her legs. She wasn't moving, just staring at the cabin. I stepped back. My chest was tight. I didn't know what to do. She stood there for maybe 2 minutes. Then, without a sound, she turned and walked into the woods. Not fast, just slow, like she wasn't in any kind of hurry. I locked the door again, reinforced it with the small table from the corner, and didn't sleep at all that night. Every time the wind groaned or the fire shifted, I flinched. When dawn broke, I was already packed. I left the stove cold, didn't even clean up my things, just shoved everything in my bags and got out. The gravel road was slick from the rain, but I didn't care. I drove with white knuckles until I hit the main road again. Back in Cardiff, I emailed Mr. Holroyd and told him I left early. I didn't go into details. He replied 2 days later thanking me and hoping I had enjoyed the peace and quiet. I didn't respond. I told my brother what happened, just the basics. Strange sounds, someone walking past. He laughed and told me I was probably just jumpy, paranoid from being alone. But it wasn't paranoia. I know what I saw. Weeks later, I still thought about that woman. Her face was mostly hidden by her hair, but there was something in the way she stood. Not lost, not scared, just still, watching. I looked into the area around Ellerslie online, wondering if there had been incidents. Nothing came up. No missing persons. No strange reports. No local gossip. It was like nothing had ever happened. But someone was there. I don't go on solo trips anymore. Not out in the woods. Not off the grid. I stick to hotels, cities, places with cameras and people. I never saw her again. But I think about her more than I'd like to admit. How she stood barefoot in the mud, not saying a word, like she belonged there more than I ever could. And I still wonder what would have happened if I'd opened the door. It was the fall of 2016, late September. And I remember the air already had that early bite of cold that hit the back of your throat when you breathe too deep. I had been working long hours as a technician for a concrete company in Portland, and I needed a break. My name's Logan. I was 34 at the time, still single, no kids, just a couple of close friends who were all busy that weekend. I had some unused PTO hours stacked up, so I decided to take a solo trip up north to a remote cabin near Mount Adams, Washington. I had rented the place through an older, less-known website, kind of like a Craigslist clone that focused on cabin rentals and hunting lodges. The ad didn't have many pictures, but the price was low, and the owner said it was quiet and away from the world. That was all I needed to hear. It was a 4-hour drive up from Portland. I left just before noon on a Friday. Traffic wasn't bad, and once I passed Trout Lake, I was mostly on dirt roads winding into the forest. There were fewer and fewer homes the deeper I got, until it was nothing but trees and occasional gates with faded paint. The road narrowed, twisting hard, and the ruts were deep from years of wear. My old Toyota Tacoma handled it fine. I stopped a few times to double-check I was still going the right way. The cabin sat just off a bend in a gravel path, behind a wooden gate with a chain that had no lock. It looked like no one had been there for a long time. The ground had thick pine needles covering everything. The roof was metal, rusting in spots. There were old window shutters and a porch that sagged a bit on one side. But the door opened clean, and inside was dry and warmer than I expected. There was a propane heater, a small kitchen with an old stove, and a tiny wood-burning fireplace that was cracked but usable. No cell signal.
No te ve.
I spent the first hour unpacking and walking the perimeter. The land dropped off behind the cabin into a slope that turned into thick woods. There was a trail down to a dry creek bed and some overgrown deer tracks. I saw an old fire pit with beer cans and crushed water bottles from what looked like a long time ago. I didn't plan on doing much. Just reading, hiking a bit, and getting some quiet. The air was cold but fresh. The trees swayed slowly, and the quiet settled in heavy. That night, I cooked beans on the stove, had a few drinks, and sat on the porch watching the sky get darker than I'd seen in years. The stars looked like they were crawling across the sky. I slept easy, tired from the drive. The second day, Saturday, I got up around 7:30. I boiled some coffee on the stovetop and went for a long walk down the slope behind the cabin. It was steep and thick with brush, and I had to push through tangled branches and vines. I carried a knife and a small pack with water and jerky. I went maybe 3 miles out and looped back, finding another trail that ran across the slope and eventually led me back behind the cabin. That evening, I sat out again with a blanket and read until I couldn't see the pages. Then I turned in early. That night was the first time I noticed something that didn't sit right. Around 3 a.m., I woke up and didn't know why. No dream, just a jolt awake, like my body knew something. I lay still, eyes wide open, listening. The cabin made its usual creaks, but beneath that, I heard something faint. Movement. It wasn't close, not on the porch or anything, but far enough out that it almost blended with the wind in the trees. But it wasn't wind. It was steady, deliberate, like footsteps over dry leaves, slow and quiet. I sat up, listening hard, and after a minute, it stopped. I held still for another hour before falling back asleep, telling myself it was probably a deer. The next morning, I went out and checked the area behind the cabin. The leaves and ground were messy with animal tracks, but I found one spot maybe 30 yards down the slope that looked different. Like someone had stepped there and the leaves were pressed down in a heel-to-toe pattern, more boot-like than hoofed. But I didn't know. I told myself I was being paranoid. Sunday, I stayed closer to the cabin. I chopped some of the dry wood stacked under the porch, cleaned the stovetop, and hiked just a short loop near the dry creek. I saw an old trail camera mounted high in a tree, but it was dead. Probably hadn't worked in years. That night, I made soup, kept the fire going longer, and kept my knife closer. Couldn't sleep well. I kept waking up at little sounds, cracking twigs, soft scuffing outside the walls. I told myself it was squirrels, maybe raccoons, but something about the pattern was too slow, too smooth. Around 2:40 a.m., I heard a knock, just one. I froze. It was at the back of the cabin. Not the door, not the porch, just the wall. I sat up, heart pounding, and didn't move. I didn't breathe heavy. I just waited. No more sound came. In the morning, I found nothing again. No damage.
No markings.
But near the corner of the cabin, behind the firewood, the dirt looked like it had been disturbed, like someone had crouched there or stepped there and shifted their weight. I went out with my knife and walked a wider loop around the cabin. No one.
No vehicles.
Nothing obvious. I had one night left Sunday night, and I didn't plan on running scared. I stayed alert, skipped drinking, and sat by the fire until it burned low. Then I double-checked every window, locked the door with the wooden beam latch, and lay down in the sleeping bag on the old mattress. Started around 1 a.m. this time. First, it was just the wind, but then came the same footsteps, closer this time, not from behind, from the front, across the gravel, slow. I lay still, knife in hand, breathing through my nose. The footsteps stopped at the porch. Boards creaked, soft but sharp. 2 steps, then silence. I thought about yelling, making noise, flipping the lights, but I waited. Nothing happened for over 10 minutes. Then I heard the soft sound of someone crouching. That weight-shifting sound where a boot or shoe presses down slightly and shifts the gravel beneath it. Then silence again. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed motionless until the sky started to lighten slightly through the window cracks. Once it was daylight, I got up and stepped outside with the knife. The porch looked normal, but the gravel, someone had definitely stood there. 2 clear boot prints, different from mine, bigger, narrower, and they were pointed at the door, not walking away. I packed everything by 8 a.m., shoved it all in the truck, and didn't waste time. I stopped once at the end of the gravel road to close the gate behind me, and I saw something then that made my chest go cold. On the tree beside the gate, maybe shoulder height, someone had carved a symbol or mark. Not a word, not initials, just a strange shape, like 2 XS overlapping with a vertical slash down the center. It wasn't there when I arrived. I was sure of that. I drove straight back to Portland. Didn't stop, didn't eat. I got home, locked up, and sat in silence for over an hour trying to make sense of everything. The next day, I called the number from the rental site, but it was disconnected. The listing had been removed. I emailed the site admins. No response. I tried finding the address through county records, but it wasn't listed under any current owner. It was like the cabin was just there, unofficial, unlisted. 2 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photo. It was a picture of the back of my truck, taken at night, taken while it was parked at the cabin. You could just barely make out the license plate and the outline of the pine trees behind it. That was it. No words, no message, just the photo. I moved apartments the next month. I got a better lock, changed my number, and stopped going out to remote places alone. I never figured out who was out there with me or what they wanted. But I know this, it wasn't an animal. It wasn't just a fluke. Someone was watching me that weekend, and whoever it was, they were used to that cabin, used to waiting, and maybe next time they wouldn't just knock. I was 32 when I decided to go back to that part of Tennessee. I hadn't been there in nearly 20 years. Life had moved on. I lived in Indiana by then, working as a mechanic at a small shop near Bloomington. I never talked much about my childhood, especially the time we lived near Monroe County before my dad got transferred to Georgia. But that fall, I had a week off work, and for reasons I still don't fully understand, I packed a small duffel bag, loaded up my old 2001 GMC Sierra, and drove south. The drive took about 5 hours. I took back roads for most of it, skipping the interstate. I guess I wanted the time to think. Leaves were just starting to turn. You could smell the cold starting to crawl into the air. I stopped once for gas and once for coffee and didn't speak to anyone besides the cashier. The closer I got to the old area, the quieter everything felt. My mind kept drifting back to one particular place from those years, the old cabin in the woods behind our neighborhood. We never knew who it belonged to. It had already been abandoned when I first found it with a neighbor kid, back when I was maybe 10 or 11. My memory of it was fuzzy, long, dark structure, boarded windows, roof half caved in on one side, and a rotting porch that gave under your weight if you weren't careful. The first time we found it, we ran off screaming when we heard what we thought was a raccoon or some animal inside. We never told our parents. We just kept going back, throwing rocks through the holes, daring each other to step further in. One day we stopped talking about it and then we moved. That was the end of it, or so I thought. The road to the old neighborhood was still gravel. That surprised me. I figured it would have been paved by now. Some of the houses were gone, others looked worse for wear. I drove past the rusted gate where the neighborhood trail used to start. I parked just beyond that, no other cars in sight. It was about 4 in the afternoon, and the sun was starting to drop lower through the trees. I grabbed a flashlight from my glove box just in case and started walking. The trail was barely visible now, overgrown, scattered with branches and rocks. I hadn't brought hiking boots, just work boots, and they weren't great for climbing the hill I remembered. The whole forest had a stillness to it that set my nerves on edge. No birds, no wind, just the crunch of dead leaves underfoot. I was second-guessing the whole thing about halfway up the ridge, but I pushed forward. I didn't recognize anything until I saw the broken fence post. That had been there 20 years ago, gray, splintered, leaning like it was too tired to stand straight. Just beyond that, maybe 50 yards deeper into the woods, I saw the outline of the cabin. It was worse than I remembered. The roof was almost entirely collapsed now, except on the far right side. The front porch was missing entirely, just a few rotting beams sticking out of the ground. Most of the windows were broken. The whole structure looked like it would fall down if I sneezed too hard. But I walked toward it anyway. I don't know what I expected to find. Old furniture? Animals? Graffiti from kids who found it after me? I stepped through what was left of the door. It wasn't even on its hinges anymore, and into the main room. Smelled like mold and wet wood. The floor creaked under every step. There were broken pieces of furniture, what looked like a couch frame, an old cast iron stove with one leg bent in. The walls were dark with water stains. One corner had collapsed completely, and you could see the forest through the gap. There were stairs going up, barely holding together. I didn't trust them, so I stayed on the first floor and walked around slowly, looking at everything like I was in a museum. There were signs someone had been there more recently. Burnt out fire pit in the fireplace, beer cans, some trash in a plastic bag. Maybe some teens had used it to party. Still, it felt wrong. The worst part was the silence. It wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, like the trees were leaning in too close, like the cabin was waiting for something. I was about to leave when I noticed a small door under the stairs. It was about 3 feet tall and wide enough to crawl through. I didn't remember it from before. It wasn't hidden, just easy to miss. I knelt down and tried to pull it open. It stuck for a second, then came loose with a groan. Behind it was a narrow dirt crawl space. The air that came out smelled like iron and rot. My flashlight beam bounced around the small space. First, I thought it was empty. Then I saw something in the far corner. A bundle of cloth? A sack? I crawled in. My back scraped the ceiling. The ground was uneven and damp. The thing in the corner was wrapped in canvas. When I reached it, I saw that it wasn't just one thing, it was a pile of objects. First thing I noticed was a pair of boots. Old leather, cracked, still laced. Next to them, a rusted lantern. Then I saw the jacket, bunched up under the sack. It had a patch on the shoulder, Tennessee Forestry Service. I froze. I remembered then, years ago, there had been rumors. A ranger had gone missing in this area, supposedly out checking fire lines and never came back. I didn't think much of it back then. I was a kid, but now, seeing this, something clicked. I backed out fast. I didn't touch anything else. My heart was pounding. Once I was out, I stood up and took a deep breath. I tried to tell myself it didn't mean anything. Could have been a squatter. Could have been someone who just left their gear. But that didn't explain the stink or the way the air felt back there. It didn't explain the way everything in my gut screamed to get the hell out. I started walking back toward the trail. That's when I saw the tracks. They weren't boot prints. They were bare feet. Human. Fresh. The leaves had been disturbed, and the dirt was pressed down like someone had walked through recently. The prints circled the cabin, around the side, near where I had come in. They weren't there when I arrived. I didn't wait. I jogged back toward the road, flashlight still in hand. Every shadow looked like a person. Every snap of a branch made me flinch. I didn't stop until I saw my truck. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there for a few minutes with the engine off, trying to calm down. I didn't call the police right away. I drove back to the nearest gas station, about 15 miles out, and used their payphone. Told the sheriff's office I found something weird near a cabin in the woods. Gave them vague directions, didn't leave my name. I didn't want to get dragged into something. I just wanted to be done with it. I drove back home the next morning. For a while, I kept checking the news. Nothing came up. No missing ranger stories, no discovery in the woods. Maybe they didn't go out there. Maybe they didn't find it. Maybe they did and didn't say anything. I never went back. I told myself I imagined the whole thing. The boots, the jacket, the footprints. But that wasn't true. I saw what I saw. Sometimes I still dream about that crawl space. The smell, the silence, the heavy air. Whatever happened out there, whoever was out there, I wanted no part of it. And that's why I shouldn't have gone back. The summer of 1998 was the last time I stayed at my grandmother's old cabin in northern Maine. I was 25 then, just out of college, with a restless mind and nowhere else to be. The cabin wasn't much. A weathered 2-room shack perched beside a narrow lake that froze over most winters. My grandma, Ruth, had passed away the previous autumn, and I inherited the cabin. It was the kind of place you'd pass without a second glance. Peeling green paint, sagging porch, a creaky wooden dock barely hanging on by rusted nails. It smelled of damp wood, pine sap, and the faint scent of oil lamps. I had spent a lot of summers here as a kid. Every summer break, my parents would send me up alone to visit Grandma, who was a tough woman, no nonsense, raised in the hard cold of Maine's forests. The cabin was her sanctuary, and it became mine after she was gone. I wanted to fix it up, but mostly, I wanted to be alone with my memories. The quiet, the stillness, the way the lake reflected the stars at night. All of it was something no city could ever match. I arrived late afternoon in July. The road was a gravel track lined thick with pine trees, shadows long and cool despite the summer heat. The air smelled sweet, almost sharp with the scent of crushed needles underfoot. The sun was dipping, casting a golden glow on the cabin's cracked windows. The first thing I noticed was how still it was.
No birds singing, no insects buzzing.
Even the wind seemed to have stopped. It was like the forest was holding its breath. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The cabin smelled exactly the same. A little musty, like old books and wood smoke. Dust motes floated in the shafts of fading sunlight. I set down my bags and went to the window, looking out over the lake. The water was glass smooth, reflecting the sky's changing colors. I started unpacking, laying out some clothes and my grandmother's old oil lamp she always kept on the shelf by the door. The light would come in handy at night. There was no electricity, just the old generator, which I wasn't sure still worked. The only running water was from the well outside, which I had to pump by hand. I made myself a simple meal of canned beans and bread from the small pantry. The kitchen was tiny, with a rusty stove and a chipped sink. As I ate, I felt that creeping sense of solitude settle in. This place was far from the busy noise of my life back in Portland. Out here, everything was quiet except the occasional splash from the lake or the distant call of a loon. After dinner, I grabbed a flashlight and headed outside to the dock. The sky had darkened to a deep blue, stars beginning to prick through. The air was cool and damp now. I sat at the edge of the dock, legs dangling over the water, watching my breath mist in the cool night air. I was alone, truly alone, except for the forest around me. The next day, I planned to explore the woods behind the cabin. I knew my grandmother had a few old trails she used for hunting and gathering. The forest was dense, pine trees thick and towering, with a thick carpet of moss and needles underfoot. The smell of earth and wood was strong. As I walked the trails, I found remnants of old campsites, rusted cans, broken fishing lines, and the faintest traces of smoke from fires long gone. It felt like stepping back in time, a world where things moved slower, where nature ruled without interference. That afternoon, I went down to the lake to fish. I brought an old rod from the cabin and a small tackle box. The water was so clear I could see the shadows of fish darting beneath the surface. I sat patiently on the dock, lines in the water, watching the sun filter through the trees. Suddenly, I heard something, a faint crunch of leaves and twigs behind me. I turned, but the forest was still. Maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the feeling didn't leave me. It was a sense that I wasn't quite as alone as I thought. That night, as I lay in bed on the creaky mattress, the wind picked up outside. The old cabin groaned and creaked, the wooden boards shifting. I listened to the sounds, the flapping of a loose shutter, the scrape of branches brushing the roof. It was normal, but it made me aware of how exposed the cabin really was. Out here, surrounded by wilderness, the old structure was fragile, held together by memories and nails. The second night, something changed. I woke to a noise outside. It was subtle at first, like a soft tapping on the porch. I held my breath, listening hard. Then came the scratch, slow and deliberate, like fingernails dragging over wood. My heart raced, but I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a bird knocking at the door. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the window, shining the beam over the porch and yard. The light caught nothing but trees and shadows. No animals, no movement. I tried to get back to sleep, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I saw shapes lurking just beyond the tree-line. The following morning, I checked the porch carefully. There were faint scratches on the wood, too deliberate to be random branches or animals. Something had been here, and it wasn't just wildlife. I started to feel uneasy. The isolation that once felt peaceful was now heavy and threatening. During the day, I searched the area near the cabin. I noticed footprints in the soft dirt, large, heavy, and definitely human. They weren't mine. The prints led from the edge of the forest to the cabin and then disappeared near the back door. I felt a cold rush. Someone had been watching the cabin, maybe even came close while I slept. I considered leaving, but I didn't want to abandon the place. My grandmother's cabin had survived storms and years of neglect. I wasn't going to run from some stranger's visit. That afternoon, I spent time boarding up some of the loose windows and reinforcing the door locks with old bolts and nails I found in the shed. The cabin felt safer, but the unease lingered. As dusk fell, I lit the oil lamp and sat by the window, watching the forest grow dark. The shadows seemed to move in strange ways. The wind shifted, and I heard faint voices carried through the trees, though no one was close enough to be heard clearly. I told myself it was just the wind. The third day, I went into town for supplies. The town was a small cluster of buildings with a general store, post office, and a diner. People looked at me strangely, probably because I looked out of place with my city clothes and nervous eyes. At the store, I bought some extra food, batteries, and a new padlock. The clerk mentioned that the area had a few problems with vandals and thieves who targeted cabins like mine, especially those that were empty or unattended. That explained the scratches and footprints. I drove back with a heavier heart. It wasn't just wildlife or random visitors. Someone was deliberately coming here, maybe waiting for me to leave or trying to scare me off. Back at the cabin, I installed the new padlock and even found an old hunting rifle in the shed. I had no intention of using it, but having it close made me feel a bit safer. That night was the worst. Around midnight, I heard the same scratching noise again. This time it was louder, more frantic. It sounded like someone was trying to pry open the back door. I stayed quiet, heart pounding. I grabbed the rifle and moved slowly toward the kitchen window, careful not to make a sound. Through the window, I saw a shadowy figure crouched by the door, working at the lock with some kind of tool. I couldn't see a face, just a dark silhouette blending into the night. I whispered to myself to stay calm. I turned off the lamp, so the cabin was plunged into darkness except for the moonlight. The figure cursed softly. I heard the faintest swear, then moved away from the door, slipping into the woods without another sound. I waited an hour before moving, the rifle steady in my hands. In the morning, I inspected the door. The padlock was scratched up and bent, but it held. I knew I couldn't stay the whole summer if someone was trying to break in, but I also couldn't leave. Not yet. I spent the next day cutting brush around the cabin, clearing a line of sight to the forest edge, hoping it would give me time to see anyone approaching. The nights were restless. Every noise made me jump, but no one came back. On the fifth day, I packed my things. I knew I needed to leave the cabin to repair some of its defenses, get help from the town, and maybe hire someone to stay with me. I looked around the place one last time. The cabin stood quiet and worn, a relic of my grandmother's life. It held memories and peace, but also the weight of solitude and the harshness of the wild. As I locked the door, I noticed something carved into the wooden frame near the back door. Not there before. It was rough, maybe a symbol or letters, scratched deep into the wood. I ran my hand over it. It was a warning, a mark left by whoever had been here, a reminder that the wilderness was not just trees and water. It was people too, with their own secrets and dangers. Driving away, I felt sadness but also relief. I would come back someday better prepared. The cabin was more than a building. It was a story. My story now tied to the land, the lake, and the quiet forest. The summer at my grandmother's old cabin was supposed to be peaceful. Instead, it taught me about isolation, the unseen threats lurking in quiet places, and the strength it takes to face the unknown alone. I still remember the way the sun looked when it started to set behind the hills near Red Pine Farm. It was late September, 1982. I was 28 years old then, and I had been living in the city most of my life. But after my uncle died, I inherited his old farm cabin, about 30 miles outside a small town called Cedar Creek in northern Minnesota. The place was more than just a farm. It was a piece of family history. And that fall, I decided to take a break from city life and spend some time out there alone. Just me, the cabin, and the farm fields that stretched for miles. The cabin was a simple wooden structure, weathered by years of harsh winters and storms. It sat on the edge of a small clearing surrounded by dense pine forest. The air was crisp and smelled of pine needles and earth. The only sounds I could hear were the occasional calls of distant birds and the rustling of leaves when the wind blew through the trees. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. The first few days were mostly spent fixing up the cabin. The place hadn't been lived in for a while. The roof had a few leaks, the porch creaked under my weight, and the wood floors had small cracks. But I didn't mind. I liked the work. It made me feel connected to something real and solid. At night, I would sit by the small fireplace and read old books my uncle had left behind. He was a quiet man, hardworking, but never much for company. I respected that about him. On the fourth night, something changed. That evening, after a long day of chopping wood and clearing brush, I made dinner on the old stove. It was just canned beans and bread, nothing fancy. After eating, I sat outside on the porch and watched the stars come out. The sky was clear and the Milky Way stretched across it like a silver ribbon. It was stunning. Then, about an hour later, I heard a noise that made me freeze. At first, it was faint, the sound of a vehicle coming down the gravel road that led to the farm. I hadn't seen anyone all day. No neighbors, no cars, no tractors. The road was quiet, and most people around here didn't come by after dark without a reason. The crunch of tires on gravel grew louder and louder. I stood up and looked down the driveway. In the beam of the moonlight, I could make out the shape of an old pickup truck. It was coming fast. The truck stopped just short of the cabin, about 50 feet away. I could see the headlights shine dimly through the tall grass. I felt a sudden wave of unease, a feeling I hadn't experienced before on this farm. I stepped off the porch and moved slowly toward the truck, hands empty but ready. The driver's window rolled down, and a man's face appeared in the light. He looked rough and tired, maybe in his late 40s or early 50s, wearing a dirty baseball cap and a faded jacket. His eyes were sharp and quick. He asked if I had seen a stray dog, a big brown one with a collar but no tags. I told him no, I hadn't seen any dogs around. He looked disappointed but didn't press further. Then he said he was driving from the next town over, where some friends had spotted the dog wandering near the highway. He wanted to find it before it got hurt or hit by a car. I nodded and told him the area was pretty wild, with plenty of places a dog could hide. I offered him some coffee, but he declined and said he needed to keep moving. The man got back into his truck and started the engine. Just before he left, he looked back at me with a strange expression, half thankful, half suspicious. I couldn't figure it out. The truck drove away, tires kicking up dust. After it disappeared into the darkness, I locked the cabin door and went to bed, feeling a little more alert than usual. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing noises outside, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional low growl. I told myself it was just wildlife. The farm was home to deer, raccoons, coyotes. I had seen tracks around the clearing before, but something about those sounds felt different. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of something heavy scraping against the side of the cabin. My heart raced. I sat up slowly, listening. The noise stopped. I looked out the window, but it was too dark to see much. The moon was behind clouds. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly opened the door. The cold night air hit me. I scanned the area near the porch but saw nothing, just shadows and trees. I stayed outside for a few minutes, shining the light around. Then I noticed fresh tire tracks in the dirt, closer than where the truck had stopped earlier. Someone had driven much nearer the cabin, too close for comfort. But the tracks didn't belong to the old pickup. They were from a smaller vehicle like an ATV or maybe a compact car. That worried me. I didn't know who it could be. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and no one else was supposed to be on the property. I went back inside, locked the door again, and stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting with my back against the door, flashlight in hand, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I found more signs that someone had been there. The back door to the cabin, which I always kept locked, was slightly ajar. It wasn't forced open, but it hadn't been left like that when I went to sleep. Inside, I noticed small footprints in the dirt near the threshold. They were boot prints, not big, but fresh. Someone had come inside while I was sleeping, or maybe when I was outside earlier that night. I searched the cabin thoroughly. Nothing was missing, but a few things were out of place. A jar of peanut butter knocked off the shelf. Some tools moved from where I had left them. Fear began creeping in. Whoever had been here wasn't looking for food or valuables. They were watching me. I decided to call the local sheriff's office. The nearest phone was in town, so I drove the old pickup down the gravel road. At the station, I explained everything: the truck that stopped, the noises, the footprints inside the cabin. The officers were polite but said the area was pretty isolated and that people came through sometimes, especially hunters and hunters' helpers this time of year. They offered to send a deputy to check the farm the next day, but they warned me to be careful. The area had some trouble recently, a few break-ins at isolated properties, and there were rumors about a small group of criminals passing through. That afternoon, I returned to the farm, feeling more cautious than before. I took extra precautions, locking every door and window, setting up old farm tools in the porch area for self-defense, and keeping my phone close. Still, that night, the sounds returned. Twigs snapping, soft footsteps near the woods, and the distant howl of a coyote. Around midnight, I heard voices outside, low murmurs, too far away to understand. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. I grabbed the flashlight and a heavy metal rod from the porch and stepped outside. The night was thick with fog, and the moon was hidden again. I scanned the tree line but saw nothing. The voices stopped abruptly. I felt trapped between the silence and the darkness. Over the next few days, I noticed more signs of someone lingering nearby. Broken branches where someone had pushed through bushes, disturbed patches of earth, and again, fresh tire marks on the road. One afternoon, while exploring the barn, I found discarded cans and wrappers. Someone had been using the barn as a hideout. I began to realize that whoever had been coming to the farm wasn't just lost or looking for a stray dog. They were hiding out, maybe watching me, waiting. The farm felt less like a place of peace and more like a trap. On the seventh night, everything came to a head. That evening, I was sitting by the fire, trying to keep warm. The wind was stronger, and the trees groaned. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash. The back door had been kicked in. My heart leapt into my throat. I grabbed the rod and ran to the back of the cabin. Inside, the place was dark except for the firelight. I could hear movement, heavy footsteps. I stayed silent and moved slowly toward the kitchen. Out of the shadows, a man appeared. He was rough-looking, dirty, and armed with a knife. His eyes were wild. He lunged at me. I swung the rod as hard as I could and hit him in the arm. He dropped the knife with a curse. We struggled, and I managed to push him outside. He ran into the woods. I locked the doors and called the sheriff again. The deputy came quickly, and with his help, we searched the area. We found evidence of a small group living in the woods nearby. They had been breaking into farms and cabins to survive, stealing food and supplies. The man who attacked me was part of that group. The sheriff advised me to leave the farm until they could catch the rest. I packed my things the next morning. As I drove away, I looked back at the cabin. The peaceful farm I had dreamed of was gone, replaced by fear and uncertainty. But I was alive, and I knew that sometimes the scariest things don't come from stories or ghosts, but from real people and real danger. That was my last night at Red Pine Farm. I never thought I'd end up back at that cabin, the one my ex-wife Claire had kept out near the hills outside Flagstaff, Arizona. It was the spring of 2022, about 2 years after we'd split and nearly 6 months since she passed. When her sister called me about clearing out the place, I told myself it was just a chore, a practical thing to do, nothing more. But spending those nights alone there changed everything. The cabin sat alone on a ridge, surrounded by tall ponderosa pines and rocky outcroppings. The sun had started to set, soft orange light spilling over the land. When I pulled up the gravel driveway in my old pickup, I hadn't been back since the divorce. Claire always loved this place. I remember how she'd speak about it like it was a refuge from the world, a small pocket where the noise stopped and time slowed. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was out here. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, but the kind that feels heavy, like something is waiting to be noticed but hasn't shown itself yet. The wind whispered through the branches, but no birds sang. Even the usual crackle of small animals in the underbrush was missing. I grabbed the duffel bag from the back seat, took a deep breath, and locked the truck behind me. The cabin looked just like I remembered. Weathered cedar siding, a steep metal roof, a porch with a broken rocking chair that Claire never got around to fixing. The front door creaked when I pushed it open, revealing the dusty scent of disuse mixed with old wood and pine resin. Inside, sunlight filtered through thick curtains, casting long stripes across the floor. It hit me immediately how untouched everything was. Claire had always been a neat person, but this felt like she had just stepped out, like the house was frozen in time. Her favorite mug still sat on the counter, the last spoonful of coffee hardened at the bottom. Clothes hung in the closet, shoes lined up at the door. There were stacks of books, a few unfinished puzzles, and photographs taped to the walls. Snapshots of her hiking trips, the dog she had for a few years, the mountain lake nearby. I started to unpack a small bag with essentials: clothes, toiletries, a flashlight, some food. The thought was to stay the night, get a sense of the place before sorting through her things tomorrow. The silence pressed on me as I walked through the rooms. The cabin was small, maybe 900 square feet, but it felt larger with the high ceilings and the big stone fireplace. I lit a fire and sat on the worn couch, watching the flames flicker. The light gave the room a warm glow, softening the hard edges of reality. Night fell quickly out here, darker than the city, no streetlights to break the blackness. I lay in the small bedroom, the thin mattress creaking beneath me. I stared at the ceiling, trying to block the tight feeling growing in my chest. Claire had left a lot behind, so much more than just furniture. Memories, I guess. Some of them good, some I wished I could forget. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding. Something had woken me. A noise, maybe. I listened hard. Outside, the wind had picked up. The trees scraped against each other, and for a moment, it sounded like footsteps crunching in the gravel outside. My mind told me it was probably just a deer or some other animal, but I couldn't shake the unease. I got up, grabbed the flashlight, and slowly moved to the window. The beam scanned the yard and the driveway. Nothing. No cars, no people, no animals. just the shadows of trees swaying in the wind. I told myself to go back to bed, but the sense of being watched wouldn't leave. I locked the door and double-checked the windows before lying down again. Sleep came only after a long time, uneasy and shallow. The next morning was overcast, with gray clouds dragging low across the sky. I went outside and started poking around the yard, moving boxes and bags that Claire's sister had packed up. It was strange to be here, handling her things, touching the life she'd built after we separated. Part of me wanted to stay longer to understand her better, but another part wanted to leave and never look back. Around midday, I noticed the trail leading up from the cabin into the forest. Claire had marked it on a map she once gave me, saying it was her favorite hiking spot. I decided to follow it, hoping the walk might clear my head. The path wound steeply upward, rocks crunching underfoot. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Birds had returned now, their calls echoing between the trees. I reached a small clearing that overlooked the valley below. The view was breathtaking, endless green hills rolling out to the horizon, rivers like silver ribbons cutting through the land. I sat on a rock and pulled out a bottle of water. For a moment, the quiet felt good. No reminders, no weight, just the forest and me. But then I spotted something near the edge of the clearing. A scrap of fabric caught on a branch. It was faded, maybe part of an old jacket or shirt. I reached out and took it. It looked out of place here, almost like it had been dropped recently. That small piece of cloth brought back a flood of memories. Arguments, cold silences, the day Claire left. I stuffed it in my pocket and headed back, my thoughts heavier than before. Over the next 2 days, I sorted through everything in the cabin. Clothes, papers, old letters hidden in drawers. I found some bills, insurance papers, and a journal Claire had kept for a few months after we broke up. I skimmed the pages, seeing her pain and her hope tangled together. She wrote about wanting to move on, but also about feeling alone in a way she hadn't before. Each item I touched felt like a weight added to my chest. At night, the silence grew thicker, the shadows longer. Sometimes I thought I heard noises outside, a branch snapping, footsteps, a faint whisper on the wind. But every time I checked, there was nothing, just the trees and the dark. On the third night, the power went out. The cabin had no electricity except from a small solar panel on the roof, and the cloudy sky had drained what little charge it held. I was left with only the fire and my flashlight. As the night deepened, the cabin felt smaller, tighter. Every creak and groan of the wood made me jump. I paced the floor, running my hands over the furniture, trying to reassure myself that I was alone. But then the front door rattled. It was subtle, like the wind catching it just right, but it rattled. I froze, heart hammering. The lock was still on the inside, but the door moved. I went to check it, flashlight shaking in my hand. Outside, the porch was empty, leaves swirling in the cold night air. I closed and locked it again, triple-checked the windows, and settled back near the fire, trying to convince myself it was nothing. The next morning, I found muddy footprints leading away from the porch into the trees. They were fresh and not from any animal I recognized. Larger, wider, like boots. I didn't see anyone, but the tracks were there. I debated calling the sheriff, but this place was so remote, the response would take hours. Besides, I wasn't sure what I wanted from them. The thought of a stranger wandering around the property felt wrong, but part of me also felt connected to that fear, the reality of being alone with no one to turn to. That day, I decided to hike deeper into the forest, hoping to find where the tracks led. The underbrush grew thick and the path less defined. The sun peeked out between clouds, casting fleeting shadows. After about an hour, I came across a small campsite. Nothing fancy, just a fire pit with some half-burned logs, a couple of cans, and a torn backpack. Someone had been here recently, but they were gone now. The feeling of being watched came back stronger. I didn't like it. I took a picture of the campsite with my phone and headed back quickly, making sure to avoid the main trail. Back at the cabin, I locked everything up tight and tried to stay calm. I kept my phone close, although the signal was weak and spotty. The rest of the afternoon was spent packing the last of Claire's things. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire with a loaded rifle Claire had kept in the corner. The wind howled outside, and every little sound made me jump. At one point, I thought I heard voices, low, distant, carried on the wind. But the forest was empty when I looked. The next morning, I packed my bags, locked up the cabin, and left. The dirt road stretched ahead, quiet and empty. I glanced back once, seeing the small house swallowed by the trees. Driving away, I felt a strange mix of relief and sadness. The cabin wasn't just a building. It held the last pieces of a life Claire and I once shared. It held memories I wasn't ready to face. But I knew I had to move on. This place, this quiet, this silence, wasn't for me anymore. Whatever had been lurking in those woods, whether it was an animal or a person, or just the ghosts of the past, I didn't want to stay and find out. As I merged onto the highway, the sun finally broke through the clouds, casting light over the hills. It was the first time I felt free again, driving away from that cabin and everything it held. A place frozen in time, full of memories and quiet dangers, left behind in the dust and trees. My name's Travis, and this happened in the fall of 2012, back when I was 28 years old. I had just gone through a bad stretch. My dad had passed away that spring from a heart attack, and I'd lost my job at a roofing company 2 months later. I lived in northern Pennsylvania at the time, just outside Williamsport, and after everything that year, I felt like I needed to get away for a while. Not a vacation exactly, more like a break from being around people. I didn't have kids, wasn't married, and didn't have anything tying me down, so I figured a little time off in the woods would help me clear my head. I didn't have a lot of money left, but I'd saved enough to go away for a week or two. My uncle had owned a small piece of land in the woods down near a place called Driftwood. It was mostly thick forest and hills, and his property was tucked way back off a dirt road, with a cabin that sat maybe half a mile from the nearest trail. He hadn't used it in years, not since he broke his hip, and when I asked if I could borrow the place for a week, he told me I'd probably be doing him a favor by keeping an eye on it. He warned me that it was next to that damn graveyard, and might be creepy at night, but I laughed it off. I wasn't a kid anymore, so I packed my truck with supplies, a sleeping bag, some canned food, tools, and a few things to keep me busy like a book and a sketch pad, and I headed down on a cool Monday morning in early October. The drive was peaceful, and the trees had started to turn. I took back roads most of the way, passed through a few old towns that looked like they hadn't changed in 50 years, and finally found the dirt road he told me about. It was bumpy, barely more than a path, and I had to take it real slow. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I was surprised by how small it was. Just a single story with a slanted metal roof, a short porch out front, and a stone chimney on the side. It looked like it hadn't been touched in a while, but it wasn't falling apart or anything. I parked near a patch of weeds, grabbed my gear, and unlocked the front door with the key my uncle gave me. Inside, it was exactly what I expected. Simple: a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow cot with a thin mattress. There was no plumbing, but there was a hand pump for water outside and an outhouse down a little path. I wasn't planning on staying inside much anyway. I cleaned up a bit, lit a candle to air it out, and sat on the porch to look around. That's when I first noticed the graveyard. It was maybe 50 yards off to the left of the cabin, up on a gentle rise between the trees. You couldn't see it real well unless you knew it was there. just a patch of land with some old, crooked stones sticking out at angles. No fence, no gate, just grass and rocks. It didn't bother me. I figured it was one of those family plots people used back in the 1800s. I actually thought it made the place kind of interesting. The first few days were calm. I spent the mornings walking the trails or sitting by the stream that ran about 200 yards from the cabin. I saw deer, heard owls at night, and even watched a fox chase a rabbit one evening. At night, I made small fires, ate canned stew or beans, and read by flashlight. The cold hadn't settled in yet, but I could feel the bite in the air. I liked the quiet, and I was starting to feel like my head was clearing out. No stress, no phone calls, no traffic. Just trees and silence. It was around the fourth day that things started to feel off. That morning, I woke up and noticed footprints in the dirt near the side of the cabin. They were fresh boots, a little wider than mine, and going in both directions. They led around to the back of the cabin and stopped near the woodpile. I looked around and didn't see anyone. Didn't hear anything either. Just birds and wind. I thought maybe a hunter passed through, or someone was poking around out of curiosity. Still, it made me uneasy. That night, I moved my cot against the wall and set a hammer next to my sleeping bag, just in case. The next day, I went to check out the graveyard. I figured if someone was hanging around here, maybe they were interested in the old stones or looking for something weird. The path up was narrow, with brush brushing against my legs. The plot was larger than it looked, maybe 30 or 40 graves in total. Most of the stones were so weathered I couldn't read the names. Some had sunken into the dirt or cracked in half. A few had little iron rings where maybe there were once fences or chains, but they were long gone. Felt old and forgotten. But what stood out the most was a newer looking stone near the back. It wasn't new exactly, just less damaged. The name carved into it was Stanley Rayborn, 1984 to 2004. I stared at it for a long time. He would have been 20, way younger than the others. It made me pause. Why would someone that recent be buried out here in a patch of graves from the 1800s? I didn't think too hard about it. People do strange things, and maybe someone buried him here for family reasons. I left the graveyard and went back to the cabin, but that name stayed in my head. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of branches snapping outside. I sat up and stayed quiet, heart thumping. It wasn't an animal. The pattern was too slow, like footsteps. I kept my flashlight off and looked through the window. It was dark, but I could just barely make out a shape moving between the trees. Tall, walking slowly. Whoever it was, they weren't using a light. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I went around the cabin and looked for signs. More boot prints. Same tread as before. They were clearer this time, and they led back up the hill toward the graveyard. Something about that made my stomach knot up. I spent most of that day debating whether to leave or not. I still had food, I wasn't in danger, not exactly, and part of me wanted to stay just to prove to myself I wasn't scared. I'd always considered myself grounded. I didn't believe in ghosts or legends, but someone was walking around out here at night, and they weren't camping nearby. I would have seen or heard a tent. On the 6th day, something happened that made up my mind. It was mid-afternoon, and I was sitting on the porch, reading. The air was still, no wind, no birds chirping, just the kind of quiet that starts to feel heavy. I looked up toward the graveyard and saw something that didn't make sense. A stone was tipped over, the one that had Stanley Rayborn's name on it. I know for a fact it was upright 2 days ago. I'd looked right at it. Now it was flat, like someone had knocked it over on purpose. I walked up there again, heart beating fast. The dirt around it was disturbed, not fresh dug, but like someone had been kneeling or crouching. I stared at the stone, then at the woods behind it, wondering if someone was watching me from the trees. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window with the hammer in my hand, listening for any sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like a shovel. I don't mean that as a figure of speech. I mean, I heard the scrape of a shovel hitting dirt. Rhythmic, careful. I stood up and crept to the window. It was coming from the direction of the graveyard. I wanted to believe I was imagining it, but I wasn't. I turned off the flashlight and cracked the window open. The sound was faint but real. Scrape, scrape, scrape. I didn't go out there. I wanted to. I had the hammer, I had a strong flashlight, but something about the situation felt wrong. Like I wasn't supposed to interrupt it. I waited for it to stop. Took over an hour. In the morning, I went up the hill again. There was a fresh hole in front of Stanley Rayborn's grave. Not a full grave dug out, but someone had started. Couple feet deep. And the worst part, beside it a small red cloth bag, tied shut with a black cord. I didn't open it. I didn't want to touch it at all. I turned and walked back to the cabin, got my gear, and packed my truck. I didn't wait for nightfall. I didn't care if I looked like a coward. Whatever was going on here, it was serious. Someone was digging up graves, not as a prank, not for fun, but with a purpose. As I was driving out, bumping over that dirt road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. At the edge of the woods near the graveyard, a man stood watching, tall, dressed in black. No movement, no reaction, just standing there. I didn't stop. I drove straight home, all the way back to Williamsport. I didn't tell anyone for a while. Not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but because I didn't know how to explain it without sounding like I'd gone off the rails. A few months later, I called my uncle and asked him about the property. I didn't tell him everything, but I asked if he knew about any young guy buried out there. He paused, then said he thought someone had buried their son up there without permission. Some local family that didn't trust funeral homes, he said. Years ago, the father died after that. The kid, I don't remember his name. That was it. I never went back. My uncle offered once or twice to let me use the place again, but I always had an excuse ready. I know I wasn't in any danger, not directly, but I think about that sound at night, the shovel, the disturbed grave, that cloth bag. Someone was doing something up there, something they didn't want anyone to see. It was late October of 1997 when I took the new assignment as a park ranger at Blackwood National Forest in northern Idaho. I was 28 years old then, fresh from the Ranger Academy and eager for the quiet life. The forest was dense, thick with towering pine trees that brushed the sky and covered the ground with a deep layer of needles and moss. I had spent most of my life in the city, so the idea of living alone in a small cabin for months felt like a challenge and a relief at the same time. The cabin was about 20 miles from the main ranger station, tucked deep into the woods, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that twisted through the forest. The place was old but sturdy, built sometime in the 1940s with dark, weathered logs and a steep tin roof. The windows were small and covered with thick curtains. The porch creaked under my boots as I unloaded my gear. I had a truck, a pack, a small wood stove, canned food, a rifle, and a radio to stay in contact with the main station. There was no phone line out here, only the radio and sometimes, if conditions were good, a weak signal from my cell phone. I had just finished setting up my supplies and lighting a fire in the stove when the sun began to sink behind the mountains. The forest turned darker and colder, the pines casting long shadows. The silence was complete except for the crackling fire and an occasional hoot of an owl far off in the distance. The first few days passed quietly. I spent my time hiking the trails, checking on the old fire lookouts, clearing debris from the roads, and taking notes about animal sightings. I enjoyed the solitude and the fresh air, but I never let my guard down. This was a real wilderness, and it could be dangerous. At night, the forest felt alive in its own way. The wind whispered through the pines. The distant howl of coyotes echoed, sending chills down my spine. I kept my rifle close by the bed and my boots on the floor. I wasn't afraid of ghosts or legends, just the real risks. Wild animals, falling trees, and maybe, if the worst happened, other people who didn't belong here. Around the middle of the second week, strange things began to happen. At first, they were small and easy to dismiss. I would find my firewood neatly stacked outside the door, even though I hadn't put it there. Once, I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel outside the cabin when I was certain I was alone. When I looked out through the curtain, no one was there. I chalked it up to animals or my imagination. The forest was full of deer, raccoons, and occasionally a bear wandering near the cabin looking for food. I kept the windows locked at night. One evening, about 10 days into my shift, I noticed the food supplies inside the cabin had been disturbed. A can of beans was left open on the counter, and a few crumbs of bread were scattered on the floor. The cabin was locked tight, no sign of forced entry. The radio crackled faintly, and I tried calling the main station. No reply. That night, I stayed awake longer than usual. I sat by the stove with my rifle across my lap, listening. The wind picked up, making the trees sway and groan. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate knocking on the cabin door. My heart jumped. I stayed silent, holding my breath. The knocking came again, slow and heavy. I didn't open the door. The next morning, I explored around the cabin perimeter. There were faint footprints in the damp earth, human footprints size 8 or 9, leading into the woods but none returning. I took pictures with my camera and noted the tracks in my logbook. I told myself someone had been hiking the trail and maybe had gotten lost or was curious about the cabin. But I felt uneasy. The footprints didn't look fresh. They were old, faded, but I was sure they weren't mine. Over the next few days, the odd happenings grew worse. At night, I would hear whispers carried on the wind. Indistinct words I couldn't make out. Sometimes, the porch light would flicker, even though it was powered by the cabin's solar panels, which I had checked twice. I was running low on food and firewood, so I decided to hike back to the ranger station to resupply. It was early morning when I locked the cabin, radioed the main station, and set off down the dirt road. The trail was quiet and peaceful in the daylight. I thought about how easy it was to forget the darkness when the sun was out. Halfway through the hike, I stopped to rest beside a small creek. I looked around and noticed the forest seemed off. The trees were too still. The birds were silent. It was an unnatural quiet, like the forest itself was holding its breath. When I got to the ranger station, I was relieved to see other people again. I told them about the strange noises and the footprints near the cabin. They listened carefully but didn't seem too worried. One older ranger told me it was probably hunters or campers passing through, or maybe kids playing pranks. They said the forest could play tricks on the mind when you're alone too long. They gave me some extra food, and I borrowed a stronger radio to take back to the cabin. The hike back was slower, my mind racing with every sound and shadow. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, I arrived at the cabin. The porch was empty this time, but the door was unlocked. I always locked it. That unsettled me deeply. Inside, the cabin was cold and smelled faintly of smoke and something else, something faintly sour. My firewood was scattered on the floor again, and a few small twigs had been placed in a rough circle near the fireplace. I cleaned up and checked every window and lock again, making sure everything was secure. The radio was working, but when I tried to reach the station, all I got was static. That night was the hardest. I sat close to the stove, the rifle across my lap. The wind was howling outside, shaking the cabin. Suddenly, I heard the porch door creak open. I froze, eyes wide, heart pounding. No footsteps followed, just silence. The cabin felt like a trap. I shined my flashlight around. Nothing. The door was open a crack. I grabbed the door and slammed it shut, locking it tight. I stayed awake until dawn, watching every shadow, hearing every sound. In the days that followed, I began noticing subtle signs that someone else was nearby. Food would be moved. Personal items would be rearranged. The dirt road leading to the cabin looked recently disturbed by tire tracks. But my truck was the only vehicle I had seen in weeks. The radio remained mostly silent, except for a faint voice I sometimes caught. But I couldn't understand the words. I felt trapped and vulnerable. I started leaving the door unlocked at night, hoping whoever was there would reveal themselves. But they never did. On the 14th night, the weather turned foul. A storm swept through the forest, bringing heavy rain and strong winds. The trees bent under the pressure, branches snapping like twigs. The cabin shook, the windows rattling. I decided to go outside and secure the porch light and check the satellite dish for the radio's power. As I stepped out into the cold rain, I saw a figure standing near the tree line, watching the cabin. The figure didn't move, didn't run. I stood frozen, heart racing. I raised my flashlight and aimed my rifle. The figure stepped forward into the beam of light. A man, wearing a dark jacket, muddy boots, and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He didn't speak. He didn't raise his hands. He just stared. I called out to him through the storm, telling him to leave. He didn't react. I backed inside quickly, locking the door. The storm raged through the night, and I kept watch. The next morning, I found footprints around the cabin, some fresh, some old. Near the back door, someone had scratched a word into the dirt. Asterisk, leave. Asterisk, I realized then that I wasn't dealing with the forest or animals or weather. I was dealing with a person who wanted me gone. I contacted the main station by radio and reported everything. They sent another ranger to come with me, and we left the cabin that day. The other ranger said the man was probably a squatter or someone living off the grid, but they never found him. I never returned to that cabin. The forest stayed silent after that, but I never forgot the feeling of being watched, of not being alone in the wild. I learned that sometimes the scariest things are not ghosts or monsters, but real people hiding in the shadows, waiting. It was October 2016, the kind of fall that creeps in slow. The trees around northern Idaho had already turned to fire, orange, yellow, bright red, and the days were getting short. I was 33 back then, living alone in Spokane. I didn't have much going on besides work, which mostly involved rotating shifts at a lumber distribution yard. Every now and then, when life felt too boxed in, I'd drive out into the forest just to be away from people. That month, after a couple of heavy weeks, I decided to take a long weekend off and camp out alone. I packed light, just enough to get by a few days. Sleeping bag, small axe, a reliable old gas stove, a six-pack, and enough canned food to not go hungry. I brought my dad's old hunting rifle too. I didn't have plans to shoot anything, but I liked having it when I was alone in the woods. My plan was to hike into Clearwater National Forest. I'd been there a few times in the past, usually following marked trails, but this time I wanted something more isolated. I'd found an unmaintained service road on an old map, one that forked deep into the woods away from the main trails. I figured I could park near the tree line and hike until I found a decent clearing to set up camp. What I didn't expect was to find the cabin. It was around 3 hours into the hike when I saw it. The sky was starting to dim, the light shifting cooler and lower between the trees. I'd gone off the rough path to follow what looked like an old game trail. That's when I noticed the roofline through the trees, barely there, like a shadow broken up by trunks and branches. I stopped and just looked at it for a minute. It wasn't huge, maybe 15 by 20 feet, but it was solid. The roof had caved a bit in the middle, one of the front corners sagging with rot. The wood was gray and eaten through in places. Moss ran along the logs like veins. No windows, just two black gaps on either side where glass used to be. The front door was gone. Only the frame stood there, slightly off level. I don't know why, but I walked toward it. Something about it felt off, but in a way I couldn't put into words. I wasn't scared, not then. Just alert, like something in me recognized that this cabin didn't belong here anymore. Inside, it smelled of mildew and dirt. The floor was mostly intact, except for a few boards that had curled or snapped. There was an old wood stove in the corner, rusted out and leaning against the wall. A pile of crumbled brick that must have been a chimney sat behind it. I could see where a small bed frame used to be. Springs hung down like ribs. Beside it, a wooden table with a drawer half open, mold creeping up its legs.
No chair.
No personal items. It was empty in a way that felt too quiet. I could have camped somewhere else. There were hundreds of clearings in that forest, but I stayed. I set up my tarp about 20 feet from the front of the cabin and cleared a space for a fire. I didn't plan to sleep inside. There were too many ways the floor could give out or something could collapse in the night, but the presence of it made me curious. It felt like a piece of the forest had forgotten it existed, and I wanted to know why. That first night was still. I cooked some beans, cracked open a beer, and listened to the wind rake through the trees. Around midnight, I woke up once to pee and thought I heard something moving through the brush. Slow, heavy steps. I froze and listened, my breath showing in the cold air. But it passed. Probably a deer or elk. The next morning, I walked a few hundred yards in every direction, hoping to see if there was some trail or old road that led to the cabin. I found what looked like fence posts rotted down to stumps and an old rusted hinge lying half-buried under some pine needles. That was it. No markers, no signs, no sign of recent activity. When I got back, I started really looking at the cabin. The back wall was still solid, and one side had a few boards that looked like they'd been replaced more recently, maybe 20 or 30 years ago. Inside the drawer of the table, I found a few things. A rusted tin spoon, a glass bottle with no label, and a scrap of cloth. I held it up. It had once been blue, probably part of a shirt. I dropped it back in. I decided to stay another night. That second evening, something changed. As I sat by the fire, I felt watched. I don't say that lightly. It wasn't paranoia. It was the kind of cold, full-body awareness you get when something has eyes on you. I kept my rifle nearby, didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, but I stopped drinking after one beer and kept scanning the trees, waiting for something to break the silence. Nothing ever did. By 10, I went into my sleeping bag. I left the fire burning low and kept my flashlight within reach. I must have fallen asleep around midnight. Sometime after that, I woke up to the sound of wood snapping. It wasn't a twig. It was something bigger, like a plank cracking under weight. I lay still. The fire was all but embers now, just barely enough light to make out shapes. I slowly reached for the rifle and listened. Then another sound, closer this time, came from the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at that dark doorway. There was something inside. I couldn't see it, but I knew. I heard the shift of weight on wood, a scuff like a boot dragged across the floor. Then stillness again. I waited. 10 minutes passed. Maybe more. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it had to be an animal. A raccoon or maybe even a bear. They wandered into structures sometimes. I stayed awake until the sky began to lighten, the cold creeping into my bones. When the sun finally broke through the trees, I stood and walked to the cabin. It was empty.
No prints. No smell.
Nothing out of place. But something had been there. I should have packed up and left then. But I didn't. Something in me needed to understand it. I wanted to believe I was just being overcautious, maybe even a little paranoid. That day, I wandered again. This time, I followed the tree line further west and came across something I still don't understand. About a mile out from the cabin, hidden behind a thick wall of bramble, was an old well, dry. Its stones were stacked rough, hand-laid. No cover.
No bucket.
Just a circle of darkness going down into the ground. I dropped a rock and counted 3 full seconds before I heard it clatter. I looked around. Nothing else, no buildings, no trash, no paths. I don't know why, but the well made my skin crawl. I walked back fast. That night, I didn't start a fire. I ate cold beans and sat under my tarp with the rifle in my lap. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. Not a single bug. No wind. Even the trees looked like they were holding their breath. I heard the noise again after dark. This time it was footsteps, slow, deliberate, outside the cabin. They circled it. I heard weight shift on old boards, a hand brush against the wood, something like fabric dragging. I didn't move. I watched. The steps came around the side. I could barely make out the shadow moving along the edge. Not an animal. I saw the outline of shoulders, long arms, a human shape. Then it stopped. Just stood there, 15 feet from me. I aimed the rifle even though I couldn't see clearly. My hands were trembling. I didn't speak. I didn't move. And then, after what felt like a lifetime, the figure turned and walked away. Slowly, calmly.
No rush.
It disappeared into the trees. I didn't sleep. Not a second. When the sun came up, I packed everything in 10 minutes and started the hike back to the car. I didn't eat. I didn't stop. I checked over my shoulder every few steps. Nothing followed. By the time I reached the trailhead, my hands were blistered from holding the rifle so tight. I drove straight home and didn't look back. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? A few weeks later, I went online and searched for any information about old cabins in Clearwater. I found almost nothing. But on one obscure forum, someone had posted a thread back in 2003 asking about an old homestead off an unmarked road near the southern fork of the Clearwater River.
No responses. No updates.
Their account had only ever posted once. I never went back. I didn't even camp again until last year. Sometimes I dream about it. That shape standing near the cabin, just watching. But I know what I saw. That wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was a person. A real, living person who'd been using that cabin for something. Maybe living off the grid. Maybe worse. I don't know. But it was real. And I thank God I left when I did. Because if I hadn't, if I'd stayed one more night, I don't think I would have made it out. It was the fall of 1997, just after the first cold winds started to bite at the edges of the Missouri Ozarks. The leaves were a patchwork of rusty reds, burnt oranges, and fading yellows, clinging to the skeletal arms of old oaks and maples. I was 28 years old, a city man who'd spent his life behind office desks in St. Louis, but hunting had been my father's passion, and I had inherited that stubborn itch to track and trap. This year, I decided to take a week off to go to my father's old hunting cabin near Willow Creek, a place I hadn't visited since he died 2 years earlier. The cabin sat in a rough patch of forest, miles from the nearest road, miles from any kind of help. I packed my old truck early on a damp Thursday morning. My backpack was heavy with essentials, a couple of rifles, ammo, a good hunting knife, food for the week, and a thick sleeping bag. The weather report had promised a clear week, cool but dry, perfect for deer hunting. I'd spent weeks planning this trip, checking my gear, refreshing my shooting skills at the range, and studying the local animal trails on a faded map I found in my dad's things. The drive was long, winding through narrow roads bordered by dense trees that brushed against the windows. I thought about the last time I was here, when Dad and I had come for a weekend, laughing over fire and swapping stories about the best shots we'd made. Now only the silence filled the cabin. When I finally turned off the main road onto a gravel trail, the truck rattled and jounced over rocks and roots. The trees grew thicker, taller, as if blocking out the sun. After 20 more minutes, I reached the clearing where the cabin stood, low and weathered, built of rough pine logs that had turned dark with age. The roof sagged slightly, and the windows were clouded with dirt and grime. The air smelled of damp wood, moss, and pine needles. I unloaded my gear, carrying everything inside. The cabin was small, just a single room with a stone fireplace on one wall, a rickety wooden table, a couple of folding chairs, and a narrow bed pushed into the corner. Dust covered every surface, and a few spider webs hung in the corners. My dad had left the place in good shape, but the years without care had taken their toll. I opened a dusty old box in the corner and found some dry firewood, enough to get a fire going. I started cleaning up, brushing away dirt from the floor and windows, stacking firewood near the hearth. The sun was dipping low when I finally lit the fire. The warm orange glow pushed back the growing shadows, and the crackle of burning wood felt like a small victory in the vast quiet. After eating a quick meal of canned beans and jerky, I settled down to check my gear again, loading bullets into the rifle magazine, sharpening my knife. The night came quickly, and the sounds of the forest changed. The rustle of small animals, the distant hoot of an owl, the wind whispering through the trees. I felt a calm settle over me, mixed with an uneasy edge I couldn't quite explain. The first 2 days passed without incident. I woke early, hunted the surrounding woods, marking deer tracks and signs of recent activity. The air was cold in the mornings, the mist curling over the lowlands like a pale ghost. I was alone, but not lonely. The wilderness was company enough, and the routine of tracking and setting traps gave my mind something to focus on. On the third day, I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps outside. My cabin sat isolated, and any unexpected noise was cause for attention. I paused, listening hard through the wooden walls. The footsteps were slow but deliberate, crunching over fallen branches and dry leaves. It wasn't the light, quick padding of a deer or squirrel. It felt human. I grabbed my rifle and moved silently to the window, peering through the grimy glass. The moon was bright, washing the trees in silver light. I saw no one. The footsteps stopped just beyond the clearing, then retreated slowly into the woods. I told myself it was probably a hunter like me, or maybe a local checking the area, but my heart thumped faster than it should have. I tried to push the thought away. This was the wild, and noises happened. People passed by. Still, I double-checked the locks on the door and windows. The next morning, I found something odd. Near the edge of the clearing, on the muddy ground, were fresh footprints. They were large and uneven, the imprint of heavy boots, but the pattern was different from any hunting boots I'd seen. The tracks headed into the forest but came back again in a loop, as if someone was watching the cabin closely. I followed the tracks a little way, careful not to make too much noise. They led through thick underbrush to a small ridge where you could see the clearing from a higher angle. I crouched low and scanned the area. There was no one there, but the sense of being watched grew stronger. The forest had a way of playing tricks on the mind, but something about these tracks unsettled me. I made a mental note to be extra cautious that night. That evening, the wind picked up, rattling the cabin windows and shaking the tree branches. The fire in the hearth flickered and dimmed, sending long shadows across the room. I kept the rifle close, sitting beside the fire, listening for sounds. My mind wandered to stories I'd heard growing up, about hunters disappearing or being stalked by strangers in these woods. I told myself not to get carried away. Suddenly, outside the cabin, I heard a low thud, then silence. I froze. The sound came again, louder this time. A heavy knock on the wooden door. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to open the door to see, but I remembered the tracks, the footsteps, the feeling of being watched. I grabbed a flashlight and peered through the peephole. Nothing but darkness. I decided to stay put, locking the door and sitting back by the fire. Minutes passed like hours. The knocking never came again, but the unease didn't fade. I tried to focus on my plans for the next day, hunting at dawn, packing up before sunset, but sleep was slow to come. When I finally drifted off, I was woken by a sudden sound, the glass of a window shattering. I bolted upright, heart pounding. The fire had almost burned out, and the cabin was cold and dark. The broken glass glittered in the moonlight. Someone had tried to get in. I grabbed my rifle and moved quietly to the broken window. Outside, I saw footprints leading away into the night. They were the same heavy boots from before, large and erratic, as if whoever had broken the glass was careless or desperate. I gathered what was left of the firewood and barricaded the window with a chair and some planks from the woodpile. My hands shook, but I refused to panic. The rest of the night was long and tense. Every creak and rustle sent jolts of fear through me. I kept my rifle close, checking the locks every few minutes. When dawn finally broke, the pale light felt like a shield against the darkness of the night. I stepped outside cautiously. The forest was quiet, but the broken window and footprints were clear evidence that I was not alone in those woods. I packed quickly, deciding that the safest option was to leave the cabin behind. I didn't want to risk another night, not knowing who was out there or what they wanted. The drive back was tense. Every shadow by the roadside made me flinch. Every sound made me glance in the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I was back in the city, the noise and lights strangely comforting. That week taught me that the wilderness holds more than just animals. It holds people too, some harmless, some dangerous. My hunting trip wasn't just about tracking deer or reconnecting with my father's memory. It became a reminder of how alone you can be in the wild and how careful you need to be. I never went back to that cabin again. The memories of those footsteps, that broken window, and the knocking on the door stayed with me. A warning that some places are better left alone, and some nights are better spent far from the dark woods. I was 33 when I decided to take a solo trip up into the White River National Forest, just outside of Eagle, Colorado. It was September of 2019. The nights were starting to cool down fast, and the trees had just started to change color. I'd been through a rough year, laid off in February. My relationship ended in April, and I'd been working part-time at a lumber yard just to stay afloat. I needed a break from everything. My dad had a hunting cabin that nobody in the family used anymore. It was a tiny A-frame about 12 miles off the main road, accessible only by a dirt trail that barely showed up on most maps. The place was built in the 80s by my grandfather, used mostly during elk season. It had a wood stove, some old bunks, no plumbing, and a hand-cranked water pump about 40 yards out back. My dad stopped using it after a bad snowstorm wrecked the roof years ago, but I'd patched that up myself the summer before, thinking I'd make use of it eventually. So, I loaded up my truck with supplies, non-perishable food, extra gas, bottled water, a cot, 2 sleeping bags, and enough firewood to last me 2 weeks if I needed it. I brought a Ruger .22 rifle more for peace of mind than anything else, plus a heavy-duty flashlight, and my old German Shepherd, Hank. He was 10 at the time, slower than he used to be, but still alert. The drive from Denver took about 4 hours. By the time I hit the turnoff onto the forest trail, it was already getting dark. The road was rougher than I remembered. Branches scratched at the sides of the truck, and a few times I had to stop and move rocks or limbs out of the way. Hank stood up in the passenger seat the last mile or so, staring out into the trees like he recognized something. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was quiet. No wind, no bugs, just the soft ticking of the cooling engine. I unloaded in silence, set up the cot near the wood stove, and lit one of the propane lanterns hanging from a beam. Dust floated through the air like it had been waiting for me. The place smelled of mold, pine, and old smoke. That first night passed quietly. I made a simple meal, beans and rice heated over a small propane stove, and read by lantern light until I got tired. The woods outside were still. Hank slept curled up at my feet, ears twitching from time to time. I'd expected to hear coyotes or owls, but it was just quiet. The next morning, I woke up to frost on the windows and a dull ache in my shoulders from the cot. I made coffee, let Hank out to sniff around, and sat on the small front steps watching the sun creep down the mountains. Everything looked the way I remembered. The trees, the narrow clearing around the cabin, the slope down toward the dry creek bed to the east. I felt okay. By the third day, things started to feel off. It was small at first. I'd gone hiking a few miles out with Hank, hoping to maybe scout some game or just stretch my legs. There was a ridge south of the cabin that overlooked the valley, and I liked to sit there sometimes with binoculars. But halfway up the slope, Hank stopped, just froze. His ears perked and his eyes locked onto a stand of aspens about 30 yards away. I couldn't see anything, but he started growling low in his throat. Not barking, not howling, just this steady growl. I scanned the trees, thinking maybe it was a bear or a mountain lion, but I didn't see a thing. No movement, no sound. Then Hank just backed up, tail tucked, and walked behind me. He wouldn't go forward. I stood there for maybe a full minute, rifle raised, watching that patch of woods. Still nothing. I decided not to push him. We turned around and headed back. That night, Hank wouldn't settle. He kept getting up, pacing the cabin, whining at the door. Around midnight, he growled again and stood with his nose pressed to the crack under the front door. I got up, grabbed the flashlight, and stepped out onto the porch. It was pitch black. No moon, just clouds. The flashlight beam cut across the clearing and hit the trees. Nothing else. I waited, listening, but all I could hear was my own breath. Hank stood behind me, rigid. Just as I turned to go back in, I thought I saw movement. Not big, not fast. Just a shape between two trees, too far to make out clearly. I held the light steady, but there was nothing. I wrote it off as my eyes playing tricks on me. Over the next few days, more things started happening. I'd wake up and find small stones on the porch steps. Piles of 3 or 4, stacked neatly. Once, I found a small dead bird laid out right in front of the door, like an offering. I figured maybe Hank brought it, though it didn't look chewed up. Another morning, one of the empty propane canisters I'd left outside was gone. Just gone. Not knocked over, not dragged. It wasn't there. On the 7th day, things escalated. I was chopping kindling about 50 feet from the cabin, near the tree line. It was late afternoon, sun slanting through the trees. I had the axe over my shoulder when I heard what I thought was someone walking. Footsteps, crunching leaves, measured, slow. I turned fast, heart jumping. Nobody. But then Hank started barking like I'd never heard before. Angry, panicked barks over and over. He sprinted toward the cabin and circled it, barking at the back wall. I dropped the axe and followed him, calling out. He was standing rigid near the back corner of the cabin. Fur up, teeth bared, eyes locked on the woods. I scanned everything again with my binoculars. Still nothing. But this time I felt it too. That weird, creeping sense that you're being watched. Like something was right on the edge of my vision. That night I built a fire inside and kept the rifle loaded and close. I slept in my clothes with the lantern on. Hank didn't sleep at all. He just laid there, eyes wide open, ears twitching. At some point in the night, I heard the door handle move. Not bang, not rattle, just a slow turn like someone testing it. I sat up instantly, heart pounding. The door was locked. I grabbed the rifle and crept to the edge of the window, pulling the curtain just enough to peek out. Nothing. No movement. I stood there for 10 minutes, listening. The woods were dead silent. Then something scraped along the side of the cabin. Long and slow. Not claws. Not a branch. Like fingers. I didn't move. I just stood there, not breathing, until it stopped. At sunrise, I went out to check. I found a trail of bare footprints circling the cabin. Not animal prints. Human. Long toes. Bare feet. Dozens of them spaced out like someone was walking laps. They weren't mine. They were too long, too wide. One of them had 6 toes. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just an animal. And it wasn't a person in the normal sense either. Something was trying to scare me or get me to leave. I decided I would. I spent the morning packing everything back into the truck. I didn't care about leaving the firewood or extra supplies behind. I just wanted out. As I was strapping down the last bin in the truck bed, I heard Hank growl again. This time, loud and unfiltered. He charged into the woods. I dropped everything and ran after him. Rifle slung across my chest, stumbling through brush and fallen limbs. I could hear him barking up ahead, deeper and deeper into the trees. I followed for maybe 10 minutes, lungs burning, until I heard him yelp. A single sharp cry, then silence. I stopped. The trees around me were dense, shadowed. I called for him, but no response. I fired once into the air. Still nothing. Then I saw him, laying on his side at the base of a tree, panting. His leg was bleeding. Something had slashed him, but not deeply. Carried him back. It took almost an hour, but I got him into the passenger seat, wrapped his leg, and started the engine. I didn't look back. The trail back to the main road felt longer than it ever had. Branches clawed at the windows, and every so often I swore I saw something move between the trees. I didn't stop to check. When I got to town, I took Hank to the vet. He needed stitches, but was otherwise okay. The vet said it looked like an animal attack, but couldn't say what kind. The gash was too clean, too precise. I never went back to that cabin. I haven't told anyone about what happened. Not really. People don't believe you when you say it wasn't a bear, or a cougar, or a person. I know what I saw, or more accurately, what I didn't see. Whatever was out there knew how to stay hidden. It knew how to scare. It was smart. It was patient. Some people call those things skinwalkers. I don't know what word fits best. I just know I was watched, followed, and nearly driven mad by something that stayed just far enough away to never be caught. I still have the footprints. I took pictures with my phone before I left. I never show them to anyone, but sometimes at night, I open the folder and look at them, just to remind myself it was real. And sometimes, I still hear scratching at the door, even here in the city. Maybe it's just in my head, but I sleep with the rifle beside my bed now. I don't go camping anymore, and I never, ever go near that forest. It was the summer of 2017 when I took a break from my life in San Diego and drove north toward Oregon. I had just turned 31. My job in IT had gotten so routine that I could almost sleep through the workday. After my girlfriend left me that spring, I started realizing how little I actually did outside my small apartment and my office cubicle. I needed something else, something quiet, something far from anyone. I found a listing online for a secluded cabin deep in the woods east of Coos Bay. The photos looked peaceful, trees surrounding an old wood-paneled structure with a narrow gravel driveway and a fire pit out front. It wasn't fancy. That was the point. It had 1 bedroom, no internet, and no cell signal. The listing said the nearest town was about 30 minutes away. I figured I'd bring groceries, spend a week up there, hike a little, read, maybe try to clear my head. The owner was an older guy named Dan who left the key under a fake rock near the steps. I never met him. We'd only emailed once. He'd bought the land back in the 90s and built the place himself, then retired to Arizona and rented it out part-time. It was the kind of setup that made you feel like you were borrowing a piece of someone else's life. I liked that. I left San Diego early one Sunday morning and made the drive in 2 long days. I pulled up the driveway on a Tuesday just before dusk. The gravel crackled under my tires. The cabin was smaller than I imagined. It sat low to the ground, with pine needles and moss gathered along the roof's edges. There was a tin chimney on one side and a short wooden porch on the front, with a split rail bench and a dead flower pot hanging from a rusted hook. Behind the cabin, tall fir trees loomed, dark, silent, unmoving. There was a small red tool shed out back, about 40 feet away from the rear porch. The place smelled old but clean. Wood mostly. I could hear the hum of the small fridge in the corner of the kitchen and the occasional tick of the old analog wall clock. The air was cool and damp, like the trees outside had sunk their breath into the walls. I brought in my things, just one big duffel bag, a cooler, and some groceries, and made myself something simple for dinner, a sandwich, a beer. Then I sat on the porch with the last light fading through the trees. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, more like the kind of quiet where your ears start to search for anything. You think you hear a branch snap or a voice or some rustling that might be an animal, but it's probably nothing. It always is. That first night, I read a little from a paperback I brought, then went to bed around 10. The mattress was thin and the frame creaked, but I was tired. I slept better than I expected. The next few days were uneventful. I cooked. I hiked a trail I found nearby. I sat and did nothing for hours. I barely checked my phone since there was no signal anyway. On the 3rd morning, I walked out back and looked around the shed. The structure was weathered but looked solid. The padlock was rusted shut. A broken lawn chair leaned against the wall beside it. The ground around the shed was overgrown with weeds and pine needles. It didn't look like anyone had opened it in years. Later that evening, I went out to chop some firewood. There was a small stack already next to the shed, but I wanted to stay busy. I took the old axe from the hook near the door and started splitting the bigger logs in half. As I worked, I thought I heard something behind the shed. A soft creaking sound, like someone stepping on old wood. I stopped swinging and listened. Nothing, just the trees swaying, a few birds calling. Maybe an animal. I looked around and went back to splitting wood. A few minutes later, I turned to grab another log and thought I saw something in the woods behind the shed. A shape, not moving, just there, between the trees. Person maybe? No, I told myself. Just the way the trees and shadows lined up. I stared at it for a minute, didn't move. I waited longer, then looked away. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every little noise outside pulled my attention. I thought I heard footsteps, slow and shuffling, on the gravel outside. I sat up, holding my breath, listening. But again, nothing. Maybe a raccoon. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight. The next morning, I walked out back again. This time, I noticed something odd. A few of the logs I'd chopped yesterday were gone. Not all of them, just 2 or 3. I tried to convince myself I miscounted, or that I moved them earlier and forgot. Still, it bothered me. I walked around the shed again. Still locked. No signs of animals, no drag marks. That evening, I decided to stay inside and keep the lights low. I didn't know why. I wasn't scared exactly, just alert. I cooked some pasta, watched the sun go down through the front window, then read on the couch until the light was gone. Around 11, I turned everything off and went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. At some point, I sat up and stared out the bedroom window, which faced the backyard. The moonlight was strong enough that I could see the outline of the shed and the trees beyond it. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing beside the shed. Not moving, just standing there. I froze. I stared for what felt like a full minute. It didn't move. It didn't shift or step back or lean forward. Just stood beside the shed like it belonged there. My throat felt dry. My body tensed. Every part of me wanted to scream, but I stayed quiet. I didn't even breathe. I reached slowly for my phone even though I knew it was useless out here. When I looked back at the window, the figure was gone. I got up, turned on every light in the cabin, locked the doors and windows, and sat in the middle of the room holding the axe. I stayed up all night. I didn't hear anything else. Nothing moved, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked outside carefully. No signs of anyone. The ground was undisturbed. No footprints in the dirt or pine needles. I circled the shed again. Still locked. I checked around the trees. Nothing, but something was wrong. I looked closer at the shed, at the lock. It was still looped through the latch, but the hasp looked loose, like it had been pulled on. And the weeds near the back wall were bent, crushed down in a straight line, like someone had walked through them repeatedly. I walked back to the cabin and seriously considered packing my things and leaving. But I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe it was pride. Maybe I didn't want to believe I was in danger. Maybe I thought I was overreacting. So I stayed. I told myself I'd keep the axe nearby, stay inside after dark, and leave if anything else happened. That night, I didn't turn the lights on. I wanted to see out the windows better. I sat in the chair by the front door with the axe leaning against my leg. For hours, I saw nothing. Then, a little after midnight, I heard something soft movement outside the back wall, something brushing against the siding. Then a small scraping sound, like metal on wood. I stood slowly and moved to the back window. I waited. Then I saw it again. The same figure, closer now, not beside the shed, right behind the cabin. I could see the outline of his body, the faint shine of a pale face. He was holding something, long, maybe a crowbar or a piece of pipe. I ducked low and crawled back to the front door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. I reached for the axe and held it tight. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to make noise. I didn't want to run outside either. Then I heard it again. The sound of the shed door, screeching open. He got it open. I waited. For what felt like forever, I waited. Nothing happened. No more sounds.
No footsteps.
Just silence. Then I heard the front doorknob twitch. Just once. A small rattle. My breath caught in my throat. I stepped back, axe raised. But he didn't come in. Eventually, it stopped. Everything went quiet again. The next morning, I stepped outside, axe in hand. I walked to the shed. The door was slightly open. The padlock had been cut, lying on the ground. The shed was dark inside, filled with old tools, buckets, a rusted wheelbarrow, and a stack of firewood, and a sleeping bag, and food wrappers. Someone had been living in it. I stepped back, my legs shaking. I scanned the trees, the ground, the edges of the cabin. But whoever it was, he was gone. I packed my things that morning and left. I didn't clean up. I didn't lock the door. I just drove. I called the owner once I got cell signal and told him what happened. He didn't sound surprised. Said he'd drive up in a week or two to check it out. I never went back. Sometimes I still wonder who that man was, how long he'd been out there, what he planned to do. But I don't think about it too hard. I'm just glad I left when I did. And I always lock every window now, even in the middle of the day. It was early September of 2022 when I decided I needed a break from everything. I was 34 years old, single, and stuck in the same dull loop of working from home in my flat in Sheffield. I was worn out from too many screens, too many meetings, and too little time away from the buzz of the city, even if Sheffield isn't exactly London. The thing was, I couldn't tell if I was depressed or just numb, but I knew I had to do something to shake myself out of it. So I booked a remote cabin I found on a travel site. It wasn't a flashy, curated Instagram-style cabin experience. This one was older, bare bones, and tucked away in the hills just outside of a place called Langenog in mid-Wales, near the English border. It was a 2-hour drive from Shrewsbury, surrounded by nothing but grassland, mossy forest, and steep hills that rolled like waves. The listing said it was a former shepherd's hut converted into a rustic cabin. The photos made it look lived in, but not commercialized. Felt like the right kind of quiet. I arrived late in the afternoon on a Friday, just as the light was thinning behind the clouds. The cabin sat about 50 meters off a gravel road that curled through trees. There were no other cabins nearby, no farmhouses in sight. Felt cut off in the best way. My phone signal died halfway up the road, which I expected. That was part of the appeal. The place looked smaller in person than it did in the photos. It was a squat little thing made of weathered timber, with a rusty chimney pipe sticking out of the roof and a front porch held up by 2 thick logs. There was a battered wheelbarrow leaning on the side of the building and a wood shed about 10 meters behind it, near the tree line. The whole area smelled faintly of wet grass and pine sap. I unlocked the door with the key left in a lockbox on the porch and stepped inside. It was cold and quiet. The floor creaked under my boots. The interior was simple, just one open room with a mattress in the corner, a wood stove, a small kitchen area with a sink and a 2-burner gas hob, and a scarred old table with one wooden chair. The only modern touch was a solar battery system wired to a single overhead bulb and a small portable fridge. There was no plumbing, just a rain barrel for washing and an outhouse down a trail behind the trees. After unloading my bag and locking my car, I lit the stove and made some tea with a gas kettle I found under the sink. It took a while to warm up, but the crackling fire started to make the space feel livable. I didn't plan to do much. I brought books, a sketch pad, and some tins of food. I just wanted quiet, open sky, and no one around. That first night was peaceful. I sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket and watched the last of the light disappear behind the hills. The stars came out early, clean and sharp in the cold. The only sound was the wind and the soft, irregular tapping of branches. I went to sleep early, tucked under 2 thick wool blankets with the fire low in the stove. The second day was when things started to feel strange. I got up early, made some breakfast, and walked around the area. There was a narrow trail that wound through the trees and eventually climbed up a rise that overlooked the valley. I sat up there for an hour with my thermos, watching the clouds drift across the hills. Felt good. I didn't see a soul all morning. Around midday, I walked back down to the cabin to heat up some soup. I noticed something odd then. The wood shed door, which had been closed when I arrived, was now cracked open. It was only a few inches. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe the wind had caught it, or maybe I hadn't noticed it before. But I walked over to check anyway. The shed was small and damp, with stacks of cut logs, a rusted axe, and a coil of rope hanging from a nail. Nothing looked disturbed. I shut the door and slid the wooden latch closed, then went back inside. Later that evening, just before dusk, I went outside to collect more wood for the fire. The shed door was open again. Not just cracked this time, fully open. I stood there for a second, staring at it. The latch I'd closed earlier was flipped up. The wind wasn't strong enough to do that. I walked up slowly, listening. The trees rustled gently, but otherwise, it was quiet. The sky was turning orange behind the hills, and the air had that sharp smell of cooling earth. I leaned in and looked around inside the shed again. Nothing seemed out of place. I shut the door firmly and wedged a small piece of firewood against it. I didn't tell myself it was anything serious. Maybe the wood shifted and popped the latch open. Maybe I hadn't closed it properly. I didn't want to ruin my own peace by overthinking things. But that night I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing little creaks and soft thumps outside. The wind had picked up. Around 2 a.m., I sat up and looked out the front window. The moon was high and bright, lighting the yard in a pale glow. That's when I saw her. She was standing near the shed, just standing there. I didn't know how long she had been there. She wasn't moving. Her back was to me. She had dark, shoulder-length hair, and she wore something pale and loose-fitting that moved in the wind. I stared, not breathing. At first, I thought maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe a tree, a bush, something catching the moonlight in the wrong way. But the shape was all wrong. It was a person, a woman. She didn't move. She didn't turn. She just stood near the shed, maybe 5 or 6 meters away from it, her head tilted down slightly. I didn't move for what felt like minutes. Then I scrambled for my torch and shone it through the window. But by the time I got the beam steady, the yard was empty. Nothing but trees and grass. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the chair with the fire crackling low and the flashlight in my lap. By morning, I told myself I'd imagined her. Maybe I dozed off and dreamed it. Maybe I was just jumpy from being alone. But when I stepped outside around 9 a.m., I found footprints in the damp grass. Faint but visible. They led from the shed toward the tree line. They weren't mine. I checked the shed again. Nothing taken. Nothing new. But the door had been nudged open again. The wedge of wood knocked aside. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't get a signal on my phone. I'd have to drive 20 minutes down the road to get coverage. I almost did, but I talked myself out of it. I was scared, but I felt foolish. If someone was messing with me, why? There were no other cabins. No signs of people nearby. No cars. Nothing. I stayed one more night. That was a mistake. I kept all the lights off. I didn't light the fire. I didn't want to be seen. I sat on the bed with my flashlight and kept the curtains drawn. Around 11:30 p.m., I heard the front steps creak. Not just a sound in the distance, close, directly on the porch. I held my breath. I sat frozen, heart pounding in my chest like a drum. The doorknob turned once. It didn't open. I'd locked it. But then I heard the soft, shuffling sound of bare feet walking along the side of the cabin, then around the back toward the outhouse trail. I didn't move. I didn't dare look out. After half an hour, I turned off my flashlight and climbed into the bed fully clothed, still listening. I slept maybe 2 hours total. When the sun came up, I packed everything. I threw my bag in the car without eating breakfast, started the engine, and left. I only stopped once, about 20 minutes down the road, where my signal came back. I pulled over and called the local police station. I told them I thought someone was living near that cabin, maybe squatting, maybe dangerous. I didn't go into all the details. I just said someone was trying to get in at night and I didn't feel safe. They said they'd check it out and get back to me. I drove home to Sheffield and tried to put it behind me. 3 days later, I got a call from a constable with the Montgomeryshire division. He was polite but direct. He said they'd sent someone out and walked the property. Here's what they found. In the woods about 50 meters past the shed, hidden behind a thick wall of brambles, there was a small clearing with a lean-to made from branches and a torn green tarpaulin. Beneath it were a pile of clothes, empty food tins, a broken camping stove, and a few folded blankets. No sign of the person, but someone had been living there, likely for weeks, maybe longer. He asked if I wanted to file a full report. I said no. I just wanted to be left alone. I asked if he thought it was a woman. He said he couldn't be sure, but they'd found strands of long dark hair caught in the fabric of the lean-to. I didn't return to that area again. It still bothers me, not just that she was there, not just that she came to the porch or tried the door. What stays with me is that she didn't say anything. She didn't try to get help, or ask for food, or scream. She just watched, just waited, like she didn't want to be seen, but also didn't want me to leave. And the truth is, I still don't know how long she'd been watching me before I noticed, but I left the moment I truly understood. That cabin wasn't mine. Not really. I was the intruder. I remember the night like it was yesterday, though it's been over 5 years now. I was 28 then, living in a small town near the Appalachian Mountains of western North Carolina. The air was crisp even in late spring, but that night the sky had opened up into a steady, relentless rain. I had just started building my own cabin in the woods, something I dreamed of for years. Somewhere to escape the noise of the town, to live simply, and to have a place of my own. The property was a little over 5 acres of dense forest on a gentle slope. I'd inherited it from my late uncle, who had bought it decades before but never built anything on it. The trees were mostly tall oaks and maples, thick with moss and ferns at the base. The ground was damp and soft from recent rain showers, but I had planned to work through this rainy spell anyway. I thought the rain would just add some atmosphere, and it was only a small cabin, just enough room for one person. That afternoon, I had hauled some wood planks and tools to the site. I'd laid the foundation a few days before, with concrete blocks set into the earth, and by evening I was working on the wooden frame. The sky had darkened quickly, and by the time the first drops hit, I was halfway through securing the vertical beams. The rain was light, just a drizzle that didn't bother me much. I wore an old rain jacket and some waterproof boots. The smell of wet earth and pine filled the air, and the steady tap of raindrops on leaves created a calming rhythm. I enjoyed the solitude. There were no cars, no people, only the occasional bird call or the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But then the rain turned harder. Sheets of water poured from the sky, drenching everything in seconds. The wind picked up, making the trees sway and the branches slap against each other. The ground underfoot became slippery mud. I decided to take a break and cover my tools under the tarp I had brought. As I moved to secure the tarp, I noticed a faint sound, something unusual over the storm's noise. It was a low thumping, rhythmic, and deliberate, coming from deeper in the woods to my left. My heart skipped. It wasn't the sound of thunder or wind. At first, I thought it might be a tree falling or some animal, but it was too steady and purposeful. I stopped and listened. The thumping kept going, slow and steady, like footsteps maybe, but heavy ones. I had no cell signal there, no way to call for help, just me, the storm, and whatever was out there. I thought about heading back to my truck, which was parked about half a mile down a rough dirt road. But the rain was so heavy now that visibility was poor. The muddy ground made the path treacherous, and I worried about slipping and injuring myself on the way. Still, the noise was unnerving. I gripped my hammer tighter and looked around. The forest was dark and shadowy, the trees black silhouettes in the rain. Every few seconds, a flash of lightning lit the sky, briefly revealing the dense thicket and the muddy path leading back. I decided to stay near the cabin frame, hoping the sound was nothing, maybe a deer running or a log rolling down the hill. Then I heard it again, a series of heavy steps, but this time closer. The sound was unmistakable. Footsteps, large and deliberate, crunching wet leaves and snapping small branches. Something was moving toward me. Panic started to rise. My mind raced through possibilities. Could it be someone lost in the storm? A hunter? Or worse? I scanned the shadows, trying to see through the sheets of rain, but the darkness swallowed everything beyond a few feet. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees. At first, I could barely make out the shape. A tall man soaked through, wearing dark clothes that blended with the night. His face was obscured by a hood, but I could see the outline of a strong jaw and broad shoulders. He moved with purpose, not like someone lost. My instinct screamed at me to back away, but the cabin was half-built and I was surrounded by tools and lumber. There was no place to run quickly. The man stopped a few yards from me, standing still in the rain. I felt exposed and vulnerable. The silence stretched, broken only by the rain pounding the leaves and the distant rumble of thunder. Then, without warning, he took a step forward. I raised my hammer, gripping it tightly like a weapon. The man said nothing. I didn't hear any sound from him except the steady drip of water from his clothes. I took a slow step backward, eyes fixed on him. He matched my movement, advancing slowly. Something about the way he moved didn't feel right, too calm, too calculated. I realized then I was completely alone out here, with no one for miles, no help coming. I glanced around for a place to hide, but the trees were too close to the cabin, and the rain offered no cover. Adrenaline surged. I decided I couldn't wait for whatever this was to make the next move. I stepped off the foundation and swung the hammer once, hard, catching him on the forearm. He grunted but didn't fall back. Instead, he grabbed my arm and twisted it sharply. Pain exploded through my wrist, and I dropped the hammer. I tried to pull away, but he was stronger. The rain ran down my face, mixing with sweat and tears. I fought with everything I had, kicking and elbowing. Then I remembered the small hunting knife I had in my jacket pocket. With my free hand, I reached in and pulled it out. I slashed at him, barely grazing his side. He released my arm and stepped back, clutching his shirt. Without hesitation, I grabbed the hammer from the ground and raised it again. The man hesitated, then turned and ran into the woods, disappearing quickly into the rain. I stood there, breathing hard, soaked and trembling. For a long time, I just stared into the dark forest, listening.
No footsteps. No voices.
Only the rain. I checked my wrist, bruised and bleeding slightly but nothing broken. I dragged myself back into the small shelter of the cabin frame. I secured the tarp over my tools and built a small fire with damp wood, struggling to keep it alive against the rain. The fire was my only comfort, the warm glow cutting through the dark. I stayed awake all night, listening for any sign that the man had returned. The rain slowed as dawn approached, turning to a light mist. When morning came, I was cold, exhausted, but alive. I packed up my tools quickly and made my way back to the truck, stepping carefully through the muddy path. Once in the safety of my vehicle, I locked the doors and sat there for a long time. I never saw that man again, but the memory of that rainy night stayed with me. It changed how I thought about the woods, about isolation. I still kept building the cabin over the next few months, but after that night, I made sure someone knew where I was. I never worked alone again. That night was a harsh lesson. Nature can be unforgiving, but people can be even more dangerous. Building the cabin became more than just a dream. It was a test of survival, and I passed. The finished cabin stands today on that land, sturdy and quiet. But sometimes when the rain falls hard, I still hear the footsteps in the dark. The woods around the cabin were quiet when I pulled up the long gravel driveway. The crunch of tires on loose stones, the only sound breaking the stillness. It was early October in northern Michigan, and the air had a sharp bite to it, like the season was turning its cold fingers into the bones of the forest. The leaves on the trees had mostly turned orange and yellow, with a few reds scattered here and there, but already some of the tallest pines were standing bare, their needles long shed. The cabin I'd rented was far from the nearest town, more than an hour's drive from Traverse City, and I knew that alone in the woods with just Duke, my German Shepherd, would be exactly what I needed to clear my head. The cabin looked small from the outside, One story with a low-pitched roof and a chimney that promised a working fireplace. Its wooden siding was weathered but sturdy, stained a dark brown that blended into the woods. A narrow porch ran along the front with 2 wooden rocking chairs sitting quietly, as if waiting for me to arrive. I killed the engine and stepped out, the cold air rushing into my lungs. Duke jumped out beside me, his nails clicking on the gravel, tail wagging as he sniffed eagerly. I unlocked the door with the key left under a small rock by the porch, a trick the owner recommended since no one else would have it. The cabin smelled faintly of pine cleaner and wood smoke. It was simple inside, a small living area with a couch and a kitchen table, a wood stove against one wall, and a couple of bedrooms down a narrow hallway. The windows were large, letting in the gray light of the late afternoon, but with thick curtains I could draw if I wanted to keep the world out. I'd brought plenty of food, some firewood stacked near the door, and Duke's leash and food bowl. After days in the city, this place felt like a world away. I dropped my pack by the door and scratched behind Duke's ears. He was happy to be here, his tail wagging slower now as he took in the new smells and sounds. There was something peaceful about being somewhere so isolated, with only the trees and the wind and the occasional call of a distant bird. I turned on the small propane stove to boil water and unpacked my supplies. The first night passed with little trouble. Duke slept on the rug in front of the wood stove, and I sat in one of the rocking chairs with a book, warming my hands on a mug of tea. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves, and now and then I heard twigs snap far off in the dark woods, likely a deer or some other animal moving through the underbrush. I didn't feel uneasy. The noises were normal and natural, part of the forest's nightly rhythm. The next day, I decided to explore a little. I strapped on my hiking boots and grabbed a small pack with water and some snacks, then clipped Duke's leash on. We took a narrow trail behind the cabin that wound through dense woods. The trees were thick here, the sunlight filtered in patches through the canopy. Duke pulled me along, nose low to the ground, sniffing every stick and patch of moss. I could feel the cool air on my face, smell the damp earth and decaying leaves. After about an hour, the trail opened onto a small clearing with a rocky outcrop overlooking a shallow creek. I sat on a boulder, letting Duke drink from the water below while I rested. The silence here was absolute except for the burble of the creek. I thought about how far from civilization I was. No cell service, no cars, no neighbors, just woods and me and Duke. As we headed back, the sun began to lower behind the trees, and the forest seemed to grow darker and more closed in. I could tell we'd be back just in time for dinner. Once inside, I started a fire in the stove, its crackle and warmth filling the cabin. Duke lay beside me, content and calm. I prepared a simple meal and felt myself relax. This was exactly what I needed, a break from the noise and rush of life. But that night, something felt different. I woke around 2 in the morning to the sound of something scratching at the back door. My heart jumped. I lay still for a moment, listening. Duke's ears twitched, and he let out a low growl from his spot on the floor. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like nails dragged across the wood. I stood up carefully, moving toward the door with Duke right behind me. I peeked through the curtain but couldn't see anything in the darkness beyond the porch light. The scratching stopped abruptly. I held my breath, waiting. After a few tense seconds, there was silence again. I locked the door behind me and checked the windows, all secured. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching from the woods, just beyond the reach of the porch light. Duke stayed alert beside me, ears pricked forward, muscles tense. I sat back down near the fire, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was just an animal, raccoons or something curious or hungry, but the deliberate way the scratching had sounded didn't feel like a normal animal. Sleep came slowly after that. The next morning, I found scratch marks on the back door frame, deep enough to catch the skin if you ran your fingers along them. I checked the surrounding area for footprints or anything unusual, but all I could see were deer tracks leading into the trees. No human prints. I tried to convince myself it was just some local wildlife testing the door, but the marks looked deliberate, and I didn't like the feeling that I wasn't alone. That afternoon, I went out again with Duke, this time taking a different trail that led uphill into thicker woods. The trees here were older and taller, and the ground was carpeted with pine needles. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird call and the crunch of our footsteps. Duke was alert but relaxed, sniffing the air constantly. About 2 miles in, we came across a small campsite. It looked like it hadn't been used recently. An old fire ring with some cold ashes, a collapsed tent frame half hidden under branches. I examined the area, but there was nothing to say who had been here or when. No trash, no footprints, no signs of recent life. It felt like whoever camped here had left a while ago. I didn't feel comfortable lingering, so we turned back. Later that evening, as I was stacking firewood near the porch, I noticed something strange in the woods below the cabin. A figure just beyond the tree line, standing still and watching. I froze, heart pounding. Duke noticed too and growled low and steady. The figure was tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hat pulled low, face hidden in shadow. It didn't move. I wanted to shout or wave, but my voice caught in my throat. After a few minutes, the figure slowly stepped back into the trees and vanished. That night, I stayed awake by the fire longer than before, watching the windows, listening for any sounds. Duke never left my side, alert and protective. The next day, I packed a little more carefully, making sure everything was ready to leave at a moment's notice. I walked down to the road to check if my car was still fine, and as I returned, I saw fresh footprints in the soft mud near the cabin. Too large and too deep to be deer or other wildlife. They were human. I began to piece it together. Someone was watching me. Someone had been close enough to leave those scratches and footprints. The idea made my stomach twist. This was no longer a peaceful retreat. That evening, I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed what I could, loaded Duke into the car, and started the engine. As I pulled out of the driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a shadow moving between the trees at the edge of the property. The headlights cut a path through the dark, but the figure didn't move into the light. It was just watching, waiting, driving away, my hands gripping the wheel tight. I didn't stop until I reached the highway, the safety of other cars and streetlights filling me with relief. Back home, I called the local sheriff's office to report the strange events. They said they'd patrol the area but cautioned me about staying out in the woods alone, especially in remote areas. I realized then how lucky I had been to notice early, to trust my instincts, and to leave when I did. That cabin, the quiet woods, and the cold October air felt like a dream and a warning all at once. I never went back, and Duke never seemed as calm around the idea of the forest again. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I still remember the scratching at the door and the figure standing just beyond the trees. It was a reminder that out there, in the wild, you're not always alone, and sometimes it's best to listen to your gut and get out while you can. It was the summer of 2003 when I decided to take a break from the city and spend a week at a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I was 27 at the time, working a dull office job in Boston that left me tired and drained most days. I needed a change, some quiet, and maybe a little bit of adventure. The cabin belonged to an old family friend, a man named George, who had recently passed away and left it to me. I didn't know him well, but I felt like it was a chance to escape, so I packed up some essentials and drove up north. The drive was long but peaceful. The roads became narrower as I neared the cabin, winding through thick pine forests. I remember the air changing as I went higher into the hills, smelling fresh pine needles and damp earth. a sharp contrast to the smog and noise of the city. It was the kind of quiet that settles deep inside you, almost heavy. When I reached the cabin, it was later than I expected, about 7 p.m. The sun was low, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin sat by a small, clear lake surrounded by tall trees, the kind that make you feel small and alone. The building itself was simple, made of dark wood, with a porch that wrapped around one side. It looked old but solid. A small chimney poked out of the roof, and smoke curled gently into the sky, though no one was home. I had the keys George left me and opened the door. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of wood smoke and something else, like old paper or dust. The cabin had a main room with a small kitchen, a table with 2 chairs, a couch, and a wood stove in the corner. There was a narrow staircase leading up to a loft where the bedroom was. I dropped my bags and turned on the small lamp near the couch. The light was soft and yellow, barely pushing back the shadows. I unpacked slowly, taking in the quiet.
No fones, no internet, no distractions.
Just me and the woods. I cooked some canned beans on the stove and ate quietly while the light faded outside. The lake was just visible through the window, its surface still and darkening. After dinner, I went outside for a quick walk around the cabin. The air was cooler now, the sounds of insects and frogs filling the silence. The woods felt thick and dense, the trees towering over me, and the ground soft under my boots. I followed a faint trail I found behind the cabin, stepping carefully over roots and rocks. The trail led to a small clearing where I could see the lake better, the water reflecting the last light of day. As darkness fell, the woods grew more alive with sounds, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, and distant animal calls. I stood there for a while, breathing in the cold night air, feeling the chill creep under my jacket. Then I headed back to the cabin. Inside, I lit a fire in the wood stove, the flames crackling and warm. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, staring into the fire. The silence was thick, almost overwhelming, but I welcomed it. I told myself this was what I needed. The first 2 days passed slowly and peacefully. I spent my time reading, fishing in the lake, chopping wood, and exploring small trails nearby. The forest felt like a world apart from anything I knew. The nights were cold and dark, the only light coming from the stars and the occasional flash of a firefly. I got used to the sounds, the hoot of an owl, the snap of branches, the rustle of animals moving unseen. But on the 3rd night, something changed. It was after I had gone to bed in the loft. The window there faced the woods, giving me a clear view of the trees silhouetted against the night sky. The fire in the stove had died down, and the cabin was cold. I was just starting to drift off when I heard it, a soft, deliberate crunching of leaves outside. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal, but the sound was too steady, too purposeful. I lay still, listening. The footsteps moved slowly around the cabin, circling it in a wide loop. Every now and then, I caught the faint sound of a twig snapping underfoot. My heart started to race. I told myself it was probably just a lost hiker or a hunter, but the woods were empty, or at least they should have been. After a few minutes, the footsteps stopped near the back door, the one I hadn't locked properly because I hadn't expected anyone to come. I held my breath, waiting, but nothing happened. The footsteps faded away, retreating into the forest. I stayed awake the rest of the night, staring out the window, waiting for something else. The hours passed slowly, and the sky started to lighten just before dawn. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, I finally felt safe enough to close my eyes. The next day, I checked the door. The latch was loose but hadn't been forced open. Still, the idea that someone had been around the cabin in the middle of the night unsettled me. I spent most of the day trying to shake the feeling. I walked deeper into the woods, far beyond the small trails I had explored before, trying to convince myself that it was just an animal or the wind playing tricks on me. But the more I walked, the more uneasy I felt. The forest seemed to watch me, the shadows deeper and darker than before. That evening, I decided to double-check the cabin. I reinforced the doors and windows as best I could with old nails and some spare wood I found stacked near the shed. I found an old hunting knife in a drawer and kept it near me. It felt strange to have to think like that, but I didn't want to take any chances. That night, I slept with the light from a small lantern on the floor near my bed. The noises came again, the footsteps, the rustling, but this time they were closer, almost right outside the cabin walls. I could hear breathing, soft and uneven, like someone holding back in the dark. I didn't dare get up. Instead, I stayed frozen under the covers, clutching the knife. When morning came, I found strange marks on the porch. Footprints, muddy and too large to be any animal I recognized. They circled around the cabin, then disappeared into the trees. I took pictures with my phone, just in case, but there was no signal to send them anywhere. I tried to call for help from a nearby ranger station, but the line was dead. The nearest town was over an hour away by car, and the dirt road leading to the cabin was rough and narrow. I was on my own. For the next few days, I stayed inside as much as possible. I kept the fire going in the stove, the knife always within reach. Every night, the footsteps returned, closer and more frequent. I saw shadows moving outside the windows, glimpses of someone watching me from the woods. One night, I found a note pinned to the door with a large, rusty nail. The paper was torn and dirty, with letters scratched and hurried, uneven handwriting. It said nothing that made sense to me, just random words and numbers. My hands trembled as I tore it down and threw it away. I knew then that whoever was out there wasn't just passing through. They were waiting, watching, maybe even planning something. On the 6th day, I made a decision. I couldn't stay locked inside the cabin any longer, waiting for something to happen. I packed my bags quietly before dawn and loaded them into my old car. The air was cold and still, the woods silent for once. As I started the engine and backed down the driveway, I glanced back at the cabin. It looked small and lonely in the morning light, but somehow stronger than before. I had been scared, yes, but I had survived. The drive back to town was slow and tense. I kept looking in my mirrors, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing. The roads were empty, the trees just trees. When I finally reached the gas station in town, I called the local sheriff and told him everything. They sent officers to check the cabin, but by the time they arrived, there was no sign of anyone or anything suspicious. The footprints were gone, the note vanished, and the woods seemed calm again. I never went back to the cabin after that week. I sold it a few months later to someone who said they wanted a quiet place in the country. But every now and then, when I'm alone at night, I remember those footsteps in the dark and the feeling that someone was out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment. It was a reminder that even in the quietest places, danger can be real. And sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but people. And the woods, with all their beauty, can hide more than just trees. The year was 1998, and I was 24 years old. I had grown up in a small town in northern Wisconsin, a place where the woods stretched out for miles and the only noise at night was the wind rustling through the pine trees and the occasional call of a loon on the lake. My job was at a local hardware store, nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. I'd always wanted a break from the everyday noise of the town, the constant chatter, the demands of customers, and the hum of modern life. So when my friend Mike told me about a cabin his uncle owned, deep in the forest near Lake Superior, I jumped at the chance to spend a week there alone. The cabin was old but sturdy, built sometime in the 1940s. It sat on a small clearing, about 100 yards from the lake shore. From what Mike told me, it was off the grid. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove and a well. I was used to the outdoors, camping since I was a kid. But this was different. I would be completely alone. I packed my things carefully. A tent, food supplies, a first aid kit, matches, some batteries for a small lantern, a fishing rod, and a hunting knife. I made sure to bring plenty of water and some canned food, just in case. Mike gave me a map and directions, warning me about the rough dirt roads and to watch out for bears. That made me uneasy, but I figured I'd be careful enough. The drive up there was long, winding through narrow roads lined with tall trees so close together that sometimes it felt like driving through a tunnel of green. When I finally reached the cabin, I felt a strange mix of relief and nervousness. The air was cold and crisp, with a faint smell of pine needles and wet earth. The sky was overcast, heavy with thick gray clouds that promised rain later. The cabin itself was simple. One room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove in the corner, a rough wooden table, and a single bed pushed against the wall. The windows were small, the glass a little foggy from years of weather. There was a porch with a broken chair, and beyond that, the thick woods stretched out in every direction. I spent the first afternoon unpacking and exploring the immediate area. The lake was just as Mike described, wide, calm, and cold. I found a small path down to the water and skipped a few stones before walking back to the cabin. I chopped some wood for the stove and lit a small fire. The cabin grew warm, and the smell of burning pine filled the air. That night, I lay in bed listening to the sounds outside. The wind howled through the trees, and somewhere far off, an owl hooted. It was peaceful but also a little lonely. I kept a flashlight close and checked the locks on the cabin door before drifting off to sleep. The next day, I planned to fish in the lake. I packed a small lunch and took my rod down to the shore. The water was chilly against my fingers, and the sky had cleared to a pale blue with thin white clouds drifting lazily. I sat on a fallen log, casting my line out into the water. Time passed slowly. I caught a couple of small fish, but nothing worth eating. Still, the quiet was welcome. On my way back, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the soft mud near the water's edge. They were too big to be from an animal and looked fresh. I scanned the tree line but saw nothing. My stomach tightened. Maybe it was just some hunter or camper passing through. But the woods here were supposed to be quiet this time of year. I locked the cabin door tight that evening and double-checked my supplies. The wind had picked up, rattling the windows. Around midnight, I woke suddenly to a sound outside, like branches snapping underfoot. My heart raced. I grabbed my flashlight and edged toward the window. The beam swept over the trees, but I saw nothing moving. The darkness beyond the porch was thick and impenetrable. I convinced myself it was probably a deer or some other animal and lay back down, trying to calm my racing mind. The following days were a mixture of routine and growing unease. I chopped wood, fetched water from the well, cooked simple meals, and went fishing again. The footprints returned, always near the lake, always fresh, sometimes in the mud, sometimes in the soft dirt near the cabin's porch. I started leaving small marks in the dirt around the cabin, just to check if anyone was getting closer. One afternoon, while gathering firewood, I found a makeshift campfire site about 200 yards into the woods. There were ashes and half-burned logs, some crushed cans, and a few scraps of torn fabric. It looked recent, but I hadn't seen anyone around. I felt a chill. Someone had been nearby, watching, or maybe just passing through. That night, I stayed up longer, listening intently. Around 2 a.m., I heard faint voices carried by the wind, low and muffled. No distinct words, just the sound of multiple people moving quietly through the trees. I held my breath, frozen under my blanket. The voices faded after a few minutes. The next morning, I found more footprints around the cabin. They were larger than mine and deeper, suggesting heavier boots. My mind raced with possibilities: hunters, trespassers, maybe even criminals using the woods to hide. Over the next few days, I noticed odd things. Small items I hadn't left moved slightly, a knocked-over rock near the porch, broken branches on the path to the lake. It was like someone was testing me, watching my reactions. I felt trapped and vulnerable. One evening, a storm rolled in. Heavy rain battered the cabin and thunder echoed through the trees. I sat by the stove, warming my hands, when I heard something heavy hit the cabin's side. The sound made me jump. Then it happened again, louder and closer. Someone or something was outside, throwing rocks or sticks. I grabbed my hunting knife and edged to the window. In the dim light from the storm, I saw a shadow moving just beyond the porch. I raised my flashlight, but the beam was swallowed by the rain. I screamed silently in my head. I wasn't sure if the figure was human or animal. I stayed awake all night, too scared to sleep. When dawn finally came, the rain had stopped, and the woods looked calm again. I found 3 large rocks on the porch floor, soaked and heavy. I knew I couldn't stay. The idea of spending another night alone with someone or something out there was unbearable. I packed quickly, gathering my supplies and chopping the last of the firewood to avoid leaving signs behind. I locked the door and stepped onto the muddy road. The sky was gray, but the air was clearer. As I walked toward my car, parked half a mile away at the edge of the forest, I kept looking over my shoulder. The woods were silent again, but I could feel eyes watching me. When I reached the car, I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking. I locked the doors and started the engine, eager to leave the forest behind. On the drive back, I thought about what had happened. No ghosts, no monsters, just the real fear of being alone and vulnerable in the wilderness. I realized the woods belonged to whoever had the nerve and the patience to survive in them. I was just a visitor. Back home, I told Mike what happened. He listened but didn't seem surprised. "You're lucky to get out safe," he said. "Sometimes, people use those woods for things you don't want to run into." I never went back to the cabin. The forest kept its secrets, and I kept mine. A reminder of a week when the silence wasn't peaceful, but dangerous.